power, and sex. That's what this case is about. It didn't matter what obstacles she had to remove to get what she wanted. And if it was a person, it didn't matter.
All I want is money, power, and I think I'm money, power. All I want is money, power, and I think I'm
Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Answer, guilty. Is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Answer, guilty. Is Lori Noreen Vallow not guilty or guilty of grand theft? Answer, guilty. Dated this 12th day of May, 2023, signed by the presiding officer.
They got the bitch.
I wanted Okay, so that's much better. Let me hide my 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 avatar. That's all that. Sorry, y'all. I guess I'll go back and show you the store a little more, and maybe I don't know if my dialogue will help or not. Sound is back. That's wonderful. If my sound gets unplugged from the back, it doesn't show that it's muted. And then it just wrecks up everything. I have to unplug it and start over. This is a design that Kresha came up with right here. This one that says "Love Always Wins," and it's available in all these different. You can get it on a poster. You can get it as a sticker.
Oh. You did that? Yay!
Yeah,
Where
I
are
did
you
that.
at? How come you're hiding?
Well,
Oh,
I
you have
just
your
stand.
audio?
Yeah, I don't have my audio thing up there.
Gotcha. Man.
Anyways, I've been just fooling with this and hoping that
Thank
and
you.
people are purchasing these things, and we're
I know. Y'all are actually purchasing though. That's awesome.
yes,
It really
yes, it
is.
supports it. And Trace on the case designed these things with the this turn out the lights, the party's over, that's got Larry on there. And there's a whole set of these that have Larry on them.
Lair Bear, huh?
Lair Bear. And then and Kresha designed this one with Satan Taco.
I love Satan tacos, y'all. Satan Taco Tuesdays and Burrito Bitch Wednesdays. I don't know. I've got nothing else.
So if anybody
Or,
wants to send me a design, I'll put it on a cup. I sure will.
She sure will. She sure will. With a smile. This woman
Yes, I
here is
will.
awesome. For real. Thank you so much. That is so cool. God, remember when it had nothing? I feel like Drake. I started from the bottom. Now we're here. Anyways.
Uncle Jerry
Yeah,
saying
nerd.
they got the bitch.
That's what we'll have. We'll have Satan Taco Tuesday, and we got the Burrito Bitch Wednesdays. Just kidding.
All right.
Yeah. Thank
Okay,
y'all.
I don't know.
My power
know.
went out. Only in my room or in this room. And I was like, mother effer. So that's what I've been dealing with. You know, opposition. The adversary. A damn adversary. Get you every damn time. So my hair's a little fluffy. Didn't get to finish. Didn't get to finish. So it is what it is. So glad to see you guys. I don't know. This morning was really bad. It was really bad. I just thought I was having a damn stroke, really, honestly. So I made myself not panic just now. Usually I can't breathe, I'm like, and I can't breathe before I come on. I've been like that every single time since I started this. And I was like, I'm not going to sweat it. It just is what it is. Whomever's going to be there is going to be there. I don't want to stress myself out. So I'm glad you are here. I don't know if the merch is available across the pond. It should be. You know what I'm saying? We should be international. I don't know. We can check and find out for you. If not, maybe there's something we can do to go international. It reminds me of Step Brothers when they're like, it's the effing Catalina mixer. I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, thank you, Jess, for becoming a new member. It's so good to have you, girl. It's always good to see you guys. Katie H says, I like doing some chats on Monday nights because Sundays can be harder to make sometimes. Okay, good. Because used to, nobody, no, and I mean nobody, except for people that went to church, streamed on Sundays, you know? And I mean, that's what you do. You try not to over stream people. Oh, hey girl, she got her whitey tighty on. She got your undergarments on. Are they magic? Now you see them, now you don't. Anyways, okay.
Oh, that was funny.
It's that worse things have happened. I promise you that. You could have been naked.
Well, this is a little blouse. It is not my whitey tighties, but it did kind of look like a temple garment.
It
Didn't it?
did. I was like, early Halloweening, huh? Yes, they did. Thank you for becoming a member too, Leslie Armstrong. I was, yeah, I had you up there. Thank you. And Mondays are better for you too. And yeah, yes, Trace, they sure did. Even like rerun stuff, like polished. You know, here we clean up the audio, and I'm just like, what the fuck am I? Hello, you know, can I know y'all are all big and everything now, but can you just move? Just, you know, leave me alone. Cheese and rice. Anyways, it doesn't make sense. None of it ever does make sense, but whatever. In whateverville. So, you know me. You know me, Mel. You know me, Summer. You know me, Mom. Colby, you know, everything Lori said was just, you know me, you know me, you know me. And Jesus knows me. Well, no, he does not. KJ said, you know, she had done a, you know, where she came on to the StreamYard and it was just me and her. We did a pre-record and I just introduced her. And then KJ read Chad's train stream. Y'all, people say that like he was trying to set himself apart. And by set himself apart, that's meaning that he was trying to be the one mighty and strong. In Mormonese, Mormonology, I'm a Mormonologist now, turns out. They, hold on, Donna, I'm going to mute you. I can hear you stirring. No, I'm joking. All right. Well, I just want to make sure you can unmute yourself, though. Can you? Donna, do.
Yes, I can.
Okay. I just don't want to block you out there. Yeah, you know me. Like, you know, it is. It is. And it comes from, I mean, I see it over and over and over again in the Mormon culture. What's the one thing they have in common? The church. And even they gaslight, the leaders gaslight their members. I don't know about any other religious institutions. I haven't had to research them like I do this, you know? If anybody if anybody from the Catholics or anybody from the Baptist or any other denomination, if they murder my family, Lord, please no. But if that happens, then I will be up in their ass. Just saying. So it is what it is. And, yeah. So the gaslighting I saw one time, when I saw it one time, that's all I ever saw it. Just the only time. No. It's that whole concept. It is the double speak thing also that's very confusing. And so I worked in safety before, and before I worked in safety in the refineries where I live, they would tell us safety. We'd have our safety meetings every morning. We would stretch and get the whole body, you know, we get loose and everything. So you're less likely to get hurt. It's good for you too. I need to do that now. We need to do that, you know, when we first come on and then maybe when we leave. OSHA. Yes. And, I really loved taking that class too. I really loved getting my certification and everything. But the double speak, your project manager wants it done right now. Safety's like, well, you got to be careful though. So you get the crossfire, it's like, hurry up, work safe, hurry up, work safe, hurry up, hurry, you're not finished yet. Oh my God, work safe. You can't work safe and be rushed. You just can't. You can't go stand on pipes and lightning alerts going off. You can't. You cannot expect that. Not without inviting a big profit loss, because your ass is going to get sued, or somebody's going to die, or both. It just, that's business. So it's a lot of double speak in the church. Gaslighting, though, I've watched one episode. I don't remember which one it is. I think in the title it might say gaslighting or gaslight. It's Mormon Discussions, Mormonism Live with Bill Reel and Radio Free Mormon. And they played, this blew my mind. This is so extra for me in my mind. I'm like, if they do stuff like this, it's all out. Bust it wide open, then no limits here. Okay. So they played, Bill Reel and Radio Free Mormon played one speech. I don't remember. I'm not Mormon. I don't know. All these things were, they're not my second. It's not where I grew up. So I don't know everything like that. But they played this one speech, and they played them side by side, one from a long, originally, and then one, whatever, and compared them, played them side by side, changed the effing speech. We don't, like the man, like I don't even know if he's alive or dead. He definitely got to be older, so I don't know. You changed the speech, the meaning. So in everybody else's minds who went to that talk or listened to that talk or cherished that talk or cites that talk, the original one, and then they go back to look at that, and see that recording and be like, totally different meaning. Never. What the actual F? I don't get it. It's disturbing. That is petty, but it's so extra at the same time. If you catch my drift, like, that's just, can you imagine? And that is just one talk. Why? Because they can't say, I'm wrong. Sorry. They think that by not telling the truth, by omission, the greater good, I don't know the damn saying, but it benefits the majority. It's something to that tune. It just is, it's bothersome to me. And that shows no integrity. It definitely shows me Christ is absent. Okay. Christ is only in the name. That is the only time I mean, and then it's copyrighted. I mean, it's trademarked. Who does that? That's called exploitation. And that's just one way. It reminds me, and I know we're going to get to Lori, but this all goes with the same like-minded behaviors. It is so real. I mean, how you see the whole Lindsay Blake, money, power, sex. Okay, correct. It applies to Chad and Lori. Widen your scope a little bit. And I mean, it applies to every system in the world, especially Joseph Smith, especially these churches, these incorporations, corporate Jesus, like Ron Hensley taught me, corporate Jesus. And it's pretty sickening. And it's been rather disheartening to learn along the way that this is really how churches work. It's like, just like starting on YouTube. I'm only here because the case led me here. The Tylee and JJ being missing led me here. I don't know. I had no plan. It was just the no plan. It was like, what the hell am I doing? I just want to humanize them. I want to have, I just, I don't know. I want to talk about it. I want to talk about all these things, and you can only convey so much in, a video with screenshots and music playing. Although I really enjoyed it, but it just goes to show you the guy. I mean, it applies how we've seen the persecution complex to the adapting the folie et deux, madness of two, the shared delusional disorder, SDD, whatever, shared delusion, the apologetics, trying to think of what else. There's a lot. Gaslighting, the manipulation tactics. Okay, well, oh, thank you, Grammy B. I'm so glad to see you. A line goes through the navel, and a line also is sewn into the bottom of the right leg garment bottom. Yeah. See, now what I understand from Lori, how in Melanie Gibbs, and the infamous Reddit email is Melanie Gibb. Okay, cat's out the bag, obviously. And, I've decoded a lot of that. I mean, I've done all this from scratch. Nobody was like, hey, guess who the three Nephites are? Guess who could be referred to as Peter, James, and John? I'm like, Peter, James, and John? Who? I don't even know what they do. I mean, that's how much I was just a clean slate. And I went in with an open mind, open heart, open, only to see everything so clearly. I mean, I don't know. I'm patting myself on the back for that. I'm serious. I've had a few people. Lee. I've had a few people. I think Zero and Bo Peep. I want to say, you guys, or was it just me? It might have one or all three. Have expressed over the years. Just be careful. Oh, like as far as me reading and consuming Mormonism for 4 years straight. And I was like, why are they saying that? But it's like, I don't know. I'm protected. I remember Larry asking me one time, he was like, well, I figured you'd become, you haven't signed up. You haven't become a member of the church yet, and I'm just like, no, no, not today, Satan, not today. But you know what I mean? Like, it's just, oh, this is going to bother me. It's just, I go with the lens of Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, and Joe, with them always in the center, in my heart, in the heart. They are why we are here. Okay. They are what's missing. We are, by extension, their advocates, their voices. We get to do that. Now, this is where I learned, and I still wonder. I try not to even set myself up, but many times I've just been like, my God, are you serious? What, why me? Why did I pick this route? Why am I Rhea Lemony and not Leah Remini? She's a badass, first off. I liked her before any of this happened, but I have a whole nother level of respect for Leah Remini. And I look up to her a lot. And she's down to earth. I like that, And I mean, we can all fall. I mean, I was in brownies. I did things. I didn't know my kid and my bonus sons, they go to the Awanas. And I was like, oh, hell no. After all this, I've done research. I've looked into things, and I'm like, they don't need to go there anymore. But just got to watch them. It's not, our lives do not depend on an institution, a corporation, anybody to tell us who we can and cannot be, who we can and cannot love, how we can and cannot act, and who we can and cannot pay, and none of that. We don't need none of that. And we don't need any more divisiveness. That's for sure. For real. Oh yeah, they do. That's Tylee and JJ. Yeah. Sacrifice. That's what it is. It's exactly what it is. The one pattern, I say the one. So the one pattern that's really, really, really disturbs the shit out of me. Back in the, and I mean, I didn't have any recollection of this because I was, I don't know, I don't know, playing outside. I have no idea, and I don't really recall the Satanic Panic. I was born in 78. I've heard devil worshippers, and whatever, you see some people that are all gothed out, and you're like, oh, they some devil worshippers, whatever, ignorant. That's just, we have no right to judge a book by its cover, so to speak. But so when all this happening, I mean, I'm telling you, I've gone on a whole spiritual, I jumped ass first because whole ass. I didn't know what the hell I was jumping into. I didn't know what I was researching. I didn't know why. I knew why. It won't let off. It's like a throttle and it just won't let off. And I know that it will when I arrive. It has a couple times and I'm like, oh my God. So I found this or whatever. And then I would pass out. I would ass out. That's what I call it. And then I'd wake up and I'd be like, oh my God, whoo, we found this or we found that. And then I'd just be like, well, yeah. And it would come back, that hunger, that thirst to research more and more into it, because it is a lot bigger and a lot more involved than just Chad and Lori. And it's a lot more involved than just Chad, Lori, and the people that we think were directly in cahoots with their brother and sister Daybell. So it's bigger than that. And I don't know how one goes about proving this. I don't know how one goes about doing this without. That's been my toughest challenge, is I don't want to miss, what do you call it? Slander. I don't want to slander. I don't want to be right. Honestly, and I'm telling you God's honest truth. I don't want to be right. I don't want to. But everything comes back to that gut feeling, And then when I'm like, no, or when I feel guilty, or when I feel even like, what do you call that? When I feel like I'm going to be judged for saying these types of things, to people, to you guys, to the public, to the masses, if you will. I don't want to be labeled, but that's out of my hands, honestly. Society labels all of us. They're cults. They're an offshoot. They're poor. They're rich. They're black. They're white. Yeah, I mean, they're special needs. There's so many labels in this world. And I just think that's gross. I really do. And so I've learned that labels help some people. I'm not a label person. I'm not a label maker. It's not me. It's a woman. Those Jezebels who were the satanic panic, and I was oh, right. Well, hey, I mean, I'm telling you, this has been, I have researched every corner of my mind, my soul, my heart, and I've gone back and around and around and around. 4 years. And I'm just like, oh my God. So many aha moments, so many. What am I even doing? Well, I've done that. I'm guilty of doing this. You know what I mean? Like a lot of self checking, like checking myself before I'm wrecking myself. No, I'm just kidding. But it's just, so that's the positive side of this, is that I've learned a lot about myself and the world that I live in. And I'm proud of that. I'm very proud of that. I'm proud to call you guys my friends, my community. And I love sharing Tylee, Charles, and JJ and Tammy and Joe with you guys, and all this pain and the good time, the peaks and the valleys. You could insult Mormons. You couldn't insult Mormons more than they bring upon themselves. Don't feel badly. You reap what you sow. Right. I've always loved your perspective, Magic 8 Ball. People are so much more than a label. Here. It really, yeah, people really are. We all are. But Chad and Lori, and if I have to frame it this way, people are going to get pissed, people, whatever. Just hear me out. So, in my conspiracy theory, I hate why it does that. I'm sorry. See, perfectly imperfect. That's what I do. I wonder why it does that. I need some new. I'm out of everything. All my makeup. I need a new bra. All kinds of stuff. First world problems. But in my conspiracy, in my theory, right? It's working like this. And I mean, it's gonna sound effing crazy, just like the rest of it. Why would it stop at Lori and Chad? Why? Then for two people to do the damage that they did, allegedly for Chad, in that short, in a rapid succession like that, there's more at play here. And okay, let me stop doing the dance around the bush. I've been doing that for 4 years straight up. And I mean, again, it's just a theory. I don't know. I'll never know. We'll never know. Why? Because the people who know something were either told not to talk, or they just won't talk because they might implicate themselves, or they're protecting their institution. Okay. So nobody gives a shit on that side. On that end, the church itself never has said my family's names. Their members, their lambs, if you will. Lambs. Think about that. Lambs. I have read so much scripture, so many talks. They all sound the same. There's no plagiarism. It is what it is. I mean, how many times can one hash and deviate, and write about Revelation? Okay. You can't. I think there's something even more sinister. It's far more dark and far more sinister. And it's crazy. And I'm not crazy, but I sound fucking crazy when I say it. And I'm just like, it's like I'm still trying to convince myself. So, also with this preface, I watched for the first time this. I kind of, for the first time, stopped watching YouTube a little bit. Jason, and we watch murder shows on other things, and I was not into true crime before this. Not into true crime now. I mean, I'm interested in the impact of it. I know I'm on this side of it now, it's like I didn't have a choice. We're involved. Hello. It affects your life, whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not. So we watched Making a Murderer. And at first, and I don't know. I mean, really, I don't know that case. I've seen the dude, and I hate corruption. Oh my God. I've learned that. It makes my skin crawl. It makes me like, okay, I cannot stand it. I mean, if you can't do it the right way, then sit the hell down and let somebody who can do it. If you're a prosecutor, if Chad and Lori didn't murder the victims, why would I want them locked up? I mean, you know what I'm saying? For what they're convicted for. Don't go too deep into that. Anyway, so in the beginning of it, I was like, oh, hell no. Just me and Jason were watching it, and I was like, they are dirty as the day is long. They're dirty. I mean, this was like the first episode or two, and he was like, and usually he's the one. Well, no, I mean, he's just always opposite of me. How about that? He's my first opposition. He's my first speed bump. But I like that. He's not a yes man, and I like that. I like a challenge. Obviously he does too. But I mean, I could just see it just by things and I wasn't even watching. I was just listening. But I mean, it caught my attention, and I was just like, they are corrupt as all get out. And I mean, that was so Steve Avery, and I mean, whether he is or not, that's between, there's three sides to every story, his, hers, and the truth, I mean, that's just the way it is. But it was just too, I mean, because I was like, oh my God, the bone fragments that they found in the burn barrel. And I mean, so I got to learn all kinds of other things about Tylee's remains, about how hot it needs to be. And, you just take it like KJ does through application, you just take it and kind of apply it to what's going on here. And, anyway, so I was like, they are dirty. They are dirty. They are setting this dude up $36 million. They were going to have to pay this. The state was going to have to pay for whatever. I'm not going to say the right terms. Just know that. But for having him locked up for, I think, 18 years, And then, so who had the motive? What's the end game here? There's no blood, there's no crime, just like with Tylee. There's a few things on Chad's tools. But I mean, we know nothing about the crime scene for either child. That bothers me. The pings seem to be very evasive too. There's nothing, we don't even know what damn day they died on. I mean, I'm watching this documentary, Making a Murderer, and they're like, the attorney that came in, I think her name's Kathleen, I don't know, a chick, and she, exonerates people. She goes in and she's a pistol. And I mean, I don't think that the wrong person should ever, ever do time. Can you imagine if that was you or your child, your brother, your sister, anybody, especially yourself? Because if it can happen to them, don't think that it cannot happen to you. That's the scary part. That is so scary. Just, okay, somebody set you up. Just like I had my Jesus card in here, put in my house. Jesus didn't come bring it. Okay. Jesus did not drop his card off. So somebody got into my house. So they could be, I mean, there's just things that could happen. People go to they stop at nothing to save their face. And to that ego, man, it's ego. Ego will kick your ass every time. And that's, I mean, I just see the arrogance. And so being, forget the victim's name. Her name's Teresa, I think. And like her family members, her parents and her brother, and they don't want Stephen Avery out. I respect them. I do. I respect all sides here. I'm not taking sides. I don't know. It's not my job. It's above my pay grade. But as a family member of murder victims, I promise you, I don't want the wrong people or person convicted. I want the freaking killer or killers convicted. All of them. Not just whomever you can, choose to, where does it stop? Where does the conspiracy stop? Who's all involved? Okay, that's where I'm at. So anyways, so towards, I want to say the last 6 or whatever episodes, Jason, I looked at him. Oh, I'm sorry, let me back up. Before, when he was like, you really think that the prosecution, the cops, I'm like, everybody's dirty. I don't trust nobody. They can make things disappear. They can make things appear. And you're just like, who's going to believe you? You're poor. You don't have, I don't have the means to defend myself. I mean, holy shit. I'm just saying, I want to treat others like I want to be treated. And that's the wrong thing to do. It's the wrong thing to do. So now, and I mean, at the very end, no. So Jason was like, you really think that? And I'm like, I do think they are corrupt. Oh God, yeah. I don't know how you don't see it. We were just doing our little whatever, cackling or whatever we do. And so towards the end of it, the last couple episodes, I was like, so what do you think now? I mean, have you changed your mind? And he was like, oh yeah. And I was like, And I mean, I understand it's just a Netflix documentary, but it's a very well done Netflix documentary. And I mean, I think that if there's enough proof and you have good prosecution, you have good attorneys, you have good investigators, you have good legal team, you have good evidence, proper evidence. Look at Murdaugh. That was crazy. That was a shit show too. And I mean, I just knew before that Murdaugh even happened, I was like, shit's just gonna disappear. It's just gonna, because I mean, power, money, power, sex. That's what rules this country. That's what rules the world. It is what it is. I'm sorry, I'm talking out my nose. let me let me do some, let me go blow my nose. Never mind. Anyway, so We got it. Oh, Gerald. Yeah. Yeah. Trace. We got to check out the Jarrett Brooks missing LDS teenager from Joseph City. Oh my gosh. Joseph City. Okay. So we do. It's weird. I mean, it's not weird. It's actually all too common. It's actually all too common. I've read the files, well, some of them, for the David Hamblin, David Levitt cases, the former prosecuting attorney who Adam Hurwitz, interviewed him or was at a presser or whatever. And y'all, they're dirty. I'm telling you. I mean, I'm not saying they're guilty. I just think they're crooked. That's just me. Politicking. Who, circle jerking. And so there, I mean, I got to show you. I'm not good at just paraphrasing things. But yes, we do need to cover, maybe we can schedule, if y'all are up to it, a live stream for tomorrow. But I want to make sure I have, if I can get my moderators helps. If I can get the moderators to help with helping me collect the information, and even presenting it or just coming on and saying what we know about it. Because it's a kid in Arizona, right, Trace? Sorry, I got to type so I can't talk or see. David Levitt. And look, I mean, if this were my name and it had cannibalism and murder and sex and trafficking, mine would be all over the place. But Scrub and Bubbles, they are magic. Okay? They are some magic. Speaking of magic, but he implicated himself. That's and they do. that's what gets me. I'm like, oh my God, they like to talk and boast and brag so much that they really do tell on themselves. Okay, let me open this window and then I want to find Adam Hurwitz because I have some bombshells to kind of, I call them bombshells. I came across some things in this case, in our cases. Okay. So just pardon me. And you're going to see a pattern. You're going to see a pattern of they're either mentally ill. Oh, they're just mentally ill. Or they debunked it. It's been debunked. I'm like, so you're not innocent? They debunked it or they didn't have enough evidence or whatever. It's gross. And so this is exactly what happened to Tylee and JJ. You can't convince me otherwise. I don't want to, trust me, it's not something I'm like, oh yeah. I don't want to be right. But it is. It's ritual murder. Oh hell. So I have the 48 I have the FOIA docs, but whatever the word is for Utah. When you file for a let me shut up so I can just at least, I'm not even finishing a sentence. Let me find all these things. There we go. Oh, okay. So this headline says something weird going on in Utah. Yeah, buddy. I'm just kind of open. Oh my God. Okay, I never looked this up. So, I mean, but it goes, okay, I got to find my tab again. Bring it over here. All right, let me hide this. Present. Let's see, where do we start? Oh, let me hide myself behind here. I promise we'll get to Lori. She ain't going nowhere. Besides Arizona. Oh. Okay, I'm just making sure you guys can see. Okay, so. Oh my gosh. I've not been feeling too well. But anyways, all right. Okay. God dang, that's a huge map. All right, the Utah cannibals. I haven't read this, so we're going to read this together. Okay. The Utah cannibals, satanic panic in Utah County. This was June 5th, 2022. Okay, this is right in the recent past. Okay. Okay, it says now I got to blow it up. I was getting cocky. While we are talking cannibalism investigations, it's what we do on this blog. Oh my God, I didn't know that. Well, guess who's going to be a new member of this blog? We've now got the Utah County attorney going public to deny accusations that he and his wife are cannibals. Here's how it went down. On June 1st, the Utah County Sheriff's Office sent a media release stating that, quote, Special Victims Unit detectives and investigators from multiple county and federal agencies are investigating reports of ritualistic child sexual abuse from as far back as 1990. When was the satanic panic? Exactly. Okay, so the statement specified investigations into child sexual. I'm saying sexual. I know. It's just I hate watering it down. You know, murder's murder. If you're eating people, come on. Who's got the problem? Not us saying it. Them. It's them that's doing it. Anyways, the statement, okay, of child essay, and child trafficking, which would be Tim Ballard's. That's his gig, you know. He's saving all the kids. Guess who's, connected to Tim Ballard? Drum roll. That would be Visions of Glory, Spencer. That's his pseudonym. Tom Harrison. He is a child psychiatrist. He's the one that y'all heard. He sounds so creepy. He's like, can you hear me? I see you. Creeper. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Tom. If you're watching, I'm sorry. I'm creeped out. Like, I don't know. I can't respect people who stayed quiet and continue to stay quiet when they hold all the keys, all the puzzle pieces to mine and my family's answers as to what went down, why it went down, how it went down, who was all involved. Okay. So when they start showing respect, I'll do the same. I did for this long, Anyway, Special Victims Unit detectives and investigators from multiple county and federal agencies are investigating reports of a ritualistic child essay from as far back as 1990. The statement specified investigations into child, I already said all that shit, trafficking that occurred in Utah County, LWOP County, and Sanpete County between 1990 and 2010. Sergeant Spencer Cannon with the UCSO stated that, quote, we have gotten to the point where we believe we have been able to verify some of the information that we've been told. The Utah, anyways, the Utah County Attorney David Levitt held and y'all, he was opponents with Sean Reyes, who is Timmy Ballard's best bud, Sean Reyes, who is the Attorney General for Utah. That's scary. So scary. Anyways, held a press conference that day calling for the resignation of Utah County Sheriff Mike Smith and for an investigation into his activities for misuse of taxpayer and county resources. He said that he had been here's the victim persecution at play. Okay. Wrongly accused of cannibalism. So what about the essay? What about, oh my God. Anyways, as well as the murder of small children. You got to be specific. Remember semantics. This goes all across the board with the like-minded behaviors, in my opinion. Okay. It's like, it reminds me of John Pryor whenever he's asking Melanie in Chad Daybell's preliminary hearing, and he's asking her, okay, was it June of 2019? When did you talk to the police? The exculpatory evidence, the Brady violation, are there any Brady violations? Are they withholding any evidence? I mean, this factors into all that, and I don't know. I don't trust in people as much as I used to, or systems powered by other systems. But anyways, okay, here we go. Levitt said that he had been provided a copy of an alleged witness statement from a person he called a tragically mentally ill woman. Deflect, character assassinate, victim persecution, and God complex. Trust me. Quote, and for the first time in the reportedly 15 or 20 years since the report was given, I learned that my wife and I were part of those allegations, alleging that we were guilty of cannibalizing young children. He said that. I watched it. When this went down. Levitt says the woman in question made the claims, the SA claims, against 15 to 20 people before he was ever in office in Utah County. So, birds of a feather flock together, in my opinion. That's what that tells me. Okay, so that case was dismissed, he said, because the allegations were deemed not credible by the Special Victims Unit. Okay. I think who was in charge? Mike King, I want to say, worked for the Special Victims Unit. I'm not sure on that, but I wonder. It would be interesting to talk to him directly. He called the allegations ludicrous and outlandish, and it's all been a pack of lies. Anyways, lying ass. When asked whether Levitt is a subject of that investigation, the sheriff responded, "We don't talk about who is under investigation." But Levitt, I was like, oh my God, he is dumb. He is not very smart, because he was like, but Levitt insisted that the report names him. He insisted. He believed the timing of the announcement from the sheriff's office was suspicious, since Levitt is running for re-election and ballots are expected to go out next week. I am calling upon Sheriff Mike Smith to open his office to an outside investigation, Levitt said, where outside independent investigators are able to investigate and confirm or deny the documents from a debunked investigation from more than a decade ago were or were not used for political purposes in a Utah County attorney's race. I'm with him. WTF. What the heck? Okay. Sheriff Smith says he won't resign, and he doesn't apologize for using county resources on the investigation. He stressed that this was not politically motivated investigation, and that a year ago his office was contacted by people reporting crimes that were similar in nature. Oh, look, it's already highlighted for me. To those brought up by Levitt. Quote, Levitt, unquote, said Sheriff Smith, quote, is using his authority and his pulpit to bully, distract, this is what they do, and mischaracterize the facts of an ongoing investigation. The sheriff emphasized that while Levitt focused on accusations of cannibalism, The primary investigation involves, you see it, the essay. Okay. That's what I got too. The only forum where Levitt is publicly alleged to have been involved with the sex ring is purportedly published online by a man who Levitt's office is prosecuting for a 2008 ape case. Okay. Prosecutors allege that the man faked his death. And I've seen this too, y'all. I have actually a short video on this. I just never released it because I don't know. Prosecutors allege that the man faked his death in the United States and is now living in Scotland under a different name. He has denied through his attorney that he is the person prosecutors allege he is. It wasn't me. He's pulling a Shaggy. That website claims that County Sheriff Sergeant Spencer Cannon confirmed that Levitt was the head of a quote, widespread ritual sex abuse ring in Utah. Cannon said Wednesday that he spoke to the man but never confirmed to him that Levitt or any other specific persons were suspected. Here we go. This is the label I'm going to get. And I think, you know what? I'm going to wear it proudly. Because, I mean, if it means that it's getting to the truth of Tylee and JJ's murders and Charles and Tammy and Joe was sealed away. And if it's really a part of what I believe, if the upper management is involved to the level, and we'll just say degree, since they like degrees, that I believe that they are, I'd call me a conspiracy theorist too. In fact, I would just say, watch out for them Gadiant robbers. Watch out for the secret societies, those secret combinations. Because guess who's doing that? Have y'all ever seen the movie The Village? Go watch it. Because that's what it is. Okay. Hell, I don't know. I always do this. Oh my God. I've got to get DJ on here. Damn it, DJ. When do you want to talk? I'm serious. Like I'm tired of playing around. Because DJ has the ritual murders figured out to a T. Every one of the victims in these cases he's got them figured out. He's like Rain Man with numbers and dates and the calendars, and his story is very interesting. If you're interested, let me know. I know y'all said y'all are. I just need to do it. Okay. The only form in Scotland. Okay, that website claims. Cannon said, I don't even know where I left off. Anyway, conspiracy theories are not a new phenomenon, and they have often involved cannibalism, often in the form of drinking blood, such as the blood libel, accusations leveled at Jews during the Middle Ages, and resurfacing. No, they never went away. I mean, it is what it is. They've been around since the beginning of time. Do some research. God. Anyways, sorry, got a little angry there. And resurfacing in the development of anti-Semitic movements from the 19th century until the Nazis, and even present day. Ritualman. Wow. That's interesting. That was a top-selling issue of the Nazi paper, Der Stürmer, depicting children being killed for the fictional ritual use of their blood. Since the 1980s, accusations of ritual sex abuse have been rife in the United States and in Utah in particular. The U.S. has seen over 12,000 alleged cases of SRA, leading to the coining of the new term. It's not a new term. Satanic panic. Satanic cults were said to have engaged in bizarre acts such as You got it. Forced ingestion of some gross stuff. Okay, blood and cannibalism, some orgies. I don't want to say all this. Liturgical, I don't even know how to say it. Parody such as pseudo-sacramental use of feces and urine. It reminds me of Jeffrey Lundgren. And oh my God. Alice Lundgren. There's a lot of similarities in that case, and Chad and Lori and many others. The LeBarons, the Lafferty brothers, Brian David Mitchell, anybody that goes rogue. I think they just get out of hand. You know, I have a theory for that. Okay, satanic cults. Okay, I already said all that. Okay, so okay, and I don't even know how to abbreviate these, so there you go. Just okay, read that. It's in the black. Sacrificial abortions to eat the fetuses. I mean, what the okay? And we know, I know, human sacrifice. Those babies were sacrificed. And where I think the crime scene is protected by the First Amendment, if you know what I'm saying. Accusations, sorry, of satanic groups engaging in torturing and cannibalism. And cannibalism of children were extensively made during recent U.S. elections. The event called #Pizzagate rose from QAnon claims that Democrats were torturing and killing children in the basement of basementless pizza shop in Washington, D.C., following which a dude with a rifle entered the shop to save the supposed victims. See, I heard about this, but I never knew. I didn't know the details. Okay. Proponents of the conspiracy theory #FrazzleDrip believe that a video is circulating showing Mrs. Clinton, and I don't even know how to say this name, Huma something, a former aide ripping off a child's face and wearing it as a mask before drinking the child's blood in a satanic ritual sacrifice. I mean, nobody wants to imagine that. But, I mean, I'm open. That's all I'm saying. Supposedly, the video was later found on the hard drive of, I don't know, Abadan, I don't know how to say that, former husband Anthony Weiner, under the code name FrazzleDrip. Snopes found the whole thing to be a giant fake. Well, I want to see what Snopes is. Looking forward to hearing a new and hopefully more original cannibalism stories in the midterms. Okie doke. I'm just seeing what this is. Oh my God. I mean, I'm not going to be a fangirl or nothing. But, I mean, it's pretty freaking sick. Anyway, so that's nuts right there on itself. Hold on, I'm looking to see. Let me see. Let me punch in Adam Herbert's YouTube channel. Just so I can show you all that part. Oh, not Herbeats, Herberts. Okay, Herberts. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me get to the video. Yeah, there's Adam. Playlist. Oh, hell. It's very disturbing. I've shared them here before. Let's see. Okay.
Is it true that he donated to your campaign?
It is. It is. I charged a guy with a felony.
Is it true that the defendant served a mission with your brother?
He did. My brother
What's so
and the
damn
defendant
funny,
don't have
you
a
know?
personal relationship.
This is very concerning to me. I was concerned about it being a conflict of interest.
He donated $49.99 to my campaign. If you can see some preferential treatment there,
Yes.
I'd like you to
I
point
can
it
see
out.
it.
He's accused of dismissing criminal charges against his friend and campaign donor.
Now, tonight, multiple attorneys say the way he handled the case should be concerning.
I'm just saying that he is a huge supporter of you and fan. This is very concerning to me.
More than a month before Utah County Attorney David Levitt
Yes,
had to
Angela.
face questions from the
Yes.
media,
Is it true that the defendant served a mission with your brother?
Oh,
He did.
he was answering those same questions from the alleged victim, who wanted to know why her stalking suspect, Mark
this is the
Stewart
most
Allen,
ridiculous.
was so cozy with the
Panther.
prosecutor who would eventually drop charges.
Really obsessing about this. I know it because I saw it 3 times a week, or 3 times a day sometimes.
Yeah.
When I was running for Attorney General.
Levitt told her the suspect donated $49.99 to his campaign for Utah Attorney General, but insisted that was not a problem.
He should not have personally involved
I
himself.
like
in the
this
case.
woman. I want
There
her
was
number.
nothing to gain and everything to lose.
Linda F. Smith is an attorney not affiliated with this case and serves as a member of the Ethics Advisory Opinion Committee.
I love you,
She
Linda.
says Levitt should have never taken the case away from the prosecutor who was originally assigned.
The defendant prepared a fairly large binder of information,
Oh, it's
gave
huge.
it to my brother, his former missionary companion. My brother forwarded it on to me.
The defendant's strategy clearly was to get Levitt directly involved. That's the most suspicious thing. The degree to which people were coming up to him and said, "Hey, David, dismiss this case. Handle it this way."
Levitt says the suspect reaching out did play a role in him taking on the case personally.
It certainly was one of the reasons.
He says another reason is the original prosecutor refused to drop charges against the suspect.
I said, Lance, if you don't feel comfortable doing that, I'll take the case. I'll do it because I care about the victim.
Well, and you're his boss.
Well, it's my case. It's not his case. It's my case.
He says dropping charges was the smartest decision because the trial was being delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic, and he thought it would get the suspect to stop harassing the victim.
My job is to fashion some sort of protection for this woman.
But he says when that did not work, he refiled the charges and that he still does not view any of his ties to the suspect as a conflict of interest.
Can they bully their way into a prosecutor giving the case to somebody else? Well, maybe they can somewhere else, but not with this prosecutor. They can't.
Do you think it's bullying if it's coming from a victim?
No.
I don't think this is I mean, I think the victim, frankly, I feel sorry for the victim.
She don't need your
heart goes out
pity.
to her.
The better decision is to not be involved in the case.
Dale Bowles
Thank you,
is a
Dave.
nonviolent
I agree,
guy
DJ.
who's just trying to get to work.
Did you wall yourself off? from
All
the
right,
case?
Candace.
Um,
Thank you.
I don't know.
Do you think you should have?
No, I don't.
Oh my God. The smugness, man. Do you see it?
Really? He really said that? He really did that? Like, really? In front of people?
The Fox 13 News investigative team has spoken with at least 6 past and present members of the Utah County Attorney's Office who are deeply concerned, quote
I gotta go
unquote,
turn my phone.
by what they describe as unethical behavior by their boss.
Now, employees say Levitt also asked them to go easy on a handyman who did work at the county attorney's home.
I ran on a platform
Uh-huh.
to change the culture of the Utah County Attorney's Office. Have I done anything wrong? Not at all.
Yes.
Prosecutors say they knew when David Levitt was elected Utah County Attorney, it would
Yes,
fundamentally
Stephanie.
change the way some cases are handled.
It's
Yeah.
not my case. It's his case. It belongs to him.
But prosecutors like Lance Bastian, who have since left the office, say what they did not like was when Levitt would intervene on cases where he had a personal relationship, starting in 2018 with the traffic case of a handyman who worked at Levitt's home, a man who has been booked more than 40 times by the Utah County Sheriff's Office.
Among my very first meetings was to say, let me tell you about Dale Bowles.
He said, that gentleman and I have kind of a personal relationship.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of work for me at my home. He's kind
Sounds
of a
like Brian
handyman.
David Mitchell.
And I said, how in the world are we helping society
Listen.
by taking a person like this and continuing to keep them down and down and down.
Once he's told his
So,
staff,
so how are we going to
wink, wink,
protect
I want you to
society?
handle this
Oh
case
my
a
God.
particular way, that probably created a personal conflict of interest for all of his staff.
And
She says Levitt should have never used his friend or employee's case as
it's just wrong because you're not doing the right thing. It's called integrity, and it's missing. It's missing.
an example of the office's new policies.
It blew me away. It blew everybody away. I mean, that was all anybody
hey,
could talk
Carrie.
about for the rest of the day because it was so wildly inappropriate.
But that is not how Levitt sees it. While some say the personal relationship means he should have steered clear, he says that's why he brought it up as part of a bigger policy discussion.
I used the Dale Bowles example because I'm so intimately involved with that example. I encourage my prosecutors
I will
to get
turn it
as
up.
close to every case as
Try
they
to.
possibly can.
Pick up another file from the office and
all the way
learn
up.
the facts and use that as an example. Let the staff put two and two together.
Bowles was charged with driving on a suspended license, an interlock violation, and driving with a broken headlight. All charges, except for the broken headlight, were dismissed. The prosecutor assigned to the case tells Fox 13 without Levitt's speech, the case probably would have had a different outcome. He said he handled the case differently based on that meeting.
Well, I hope he did. I wish that everyone would have taken the lesson from that meeting and treated every case differently.
In 2020, Bowles was charged with possession of meth, but this time Levitt said it would have been a conflict for his office to prosecute, so he gave the case to Salt Lake County. He says the reason the result was different is because the case was different.
You're dealing with the difference between a felony and a minor traffic violation.
Does the bar discriminate on conflicts of interest?
He has a
whether it's
booger.
Infraction, a
Right
misdemeanor, or
there.
a felony?
I don't think so, but the difference here, Adam, is this.
Yeah.
I didn't make a specific
not.
I didn't make a specific decision on the traffic case.
You see how he's shaking his head? Yes. Even though I kind of wonder if it's like a, you know, Alec Murdaugh did too.
Whether it's a infraction, a misdemeanor, or a felony?
I don't think so, but the difference here, Adam, is this. I didn't make a specific decision on the traffic case.
The appearance of a conflict can't be.
Now, members of the Utah County Sheriff's Office are chiming in, saying the county attorney asked their deputies to ignore the law during a traffic stop involving that handyman.
Boom. That right there. Okay. It's just, I'm not saying that I haven't been like, hey, can you fix my ticket? Things like that. You know, I even worked for 2 city court judges here. And when I got my DWI after I had, you know, left that job, I went and talked to my old boss, who is a judge, and he was like, well, you can go to where I go to Alcoholics Anonymous, you know, AA. And so he gave me the place to where he would go to meetings, you know, like, no, it's just tough love, you know, and I'm glad. I wasn't happy about it. I was so ashamed, you know, but I did the classes. I did it without a poor attitude. I did it because I deserved it, you know, and you know, I know I did wrong. There's so many times before I did wrong when I should have got caught. And there's so many times that I could have killed others and myself. You know what I mean? Like it's just reckless. And so that's not cool.
Well, when we interviewed David Levitt last month, he was quick to point out that he has enemies at the Utah County Sheriff's Office.
I bet.
The sheriff says the two do not see eye to eye on how to enforce the law. And now we've found those issues have especially come to a head as we look closer at the way Utah County has handled multiple criminal cases involving Levitt's handyman. For years, Dale Bowles
it gets even better, y'all. The Buffalo baby is the most, it's over here. So I don't know. I'm going to skip because I know. Well, let's get to this part right here.
Chips fall where they are and we follow them.
Good evening, everyone. Tensions flying between the Utah County Attorney and Sheriff Mike Smith.
County Attorney David Levitt asked the sheriff to resign today, even calling for an investigation into his activities.
Fox 13 News reporter Chris Arnold has what both men have to say today. He joins us live from the Utah County Sheriff's Office with more. Chris.
Come on, Chris.
Well, Kelly, Bob, this all stems from an investigation into allegations of a ritualistic child sexual abuse case that is in child sex trafficking. Now, County Attorney David Levitt said the case involved a woman who he says was tragically mentally ill and made claims of sex abuse against 15 people.
Sounds like a cult.
Those are allegations Levitt says were found to not be credible, causing the case to be dismissed. Now, Levitt said during a press conference this afternoon that he and his wife were named in those allegations, saying the two were guilty of cannibalizing and murdering young children.
It was debunked more than 10 years ago.
I want to punch him in his face.
I take exception to any victim who comes forward and is characterized as tragically mentally ill.
Now, with that being said, I just want you to think about when Lori allegedly, I'm saying allegedly because I don't think that she wanted to go to the spa, so to speak. Okay? Because I just don't see it in her. I don't. We've always, me and my family members, we've all said that she's crazy. Yeah, you got to be crazy, to do what she is convicted of. But she's not that kind of crazy. Okay. She's a religious zealot. She is a hyper religiosity. Okay. And that whole thing stinks. The whole thing. Where she was in the spa, in the mental health services that, used to be owned by the church, Intermountain, whatever. And, her clinician was like, Lori watched Chad Daybell's hearing, which was the first time I ever did a live stream. It was October 5th of, I think it was 2020. Might have been, 20, I don't remember. And so then allegedly the clinician was like, well, here, and that's whenever Lori had that homework assignment from the clinician to call what I believe is the 1-800-LDS helpline. And who did she get? Not just, a worker, whoever's answering the phones there. But she got Daniel McConkey, which is, he's a thoroughbred, is what I say. He's a purebred. Bruce R. McConkey. It's so interwoven and it's so connected. And so then what happened is that, Daniel McConkey allegedly talked to Lori about her case, and then he didn't contact Mark Means. No, he contacted Rob Wood. I find that disturbing. To me, that's corrupt. To me, there's more to the story. To me, I still love Rob. I just have to separate the corporation. I have to separate that influence. I don't know. I'm torn about a lot of things, but it was just, I could just sense her like nutting up in prison or in jail and being like, so they're like, hey, well, let's go put her in a psych ward. We'll teach her we'll make her shut up. I really do. But then I was like, how I'm watching the trial. I'm sitting there, I'm looking at her. I'm looking at this whole production. You had death penalty on the table. And you're sitting here, and why won't you just say what happened? because I promise you, either way, it would sign their death sentence. You know? Anyways, it blows my mind. Tylee and JJ are dead. They were murdered. You know, it's not just something that you're reading about. It's not just a true crime story. It's real life. And whenever they showed me the hole where they said Tylee's remains were, I could not find her. She was not recognizable. I couldn't even tell what that was. That's disturbing to me. It's really even more disturbing to the level. And I mean, yeah, I have researched somewhat into, I've heard about the adrenochrome. Look, this is stuff that Julie Rowe was saying. And I was just like, oh, Lord, you know, whatever, you know. I don't really care. I really don't care. I just want the truth. I don't care what political party. I don't care. I don't care about any of that. I just want to know. I think that men can be corrupt of every color, creed, race, religion, gender. I mean, we can be corrupt ourselves, you know? Wow. Someone wondered about the broken shelf. It is the modern way of saying that yeah. I forget what I told Jason earlier. I was like, I'm just gonna have to start talking about it. I'm gonna have to stop. It's just uncomfortable to talk about. But I need to put my feelings on the shelf, okay? Because I think about, look, it looks like she's coming out the closet right there. But I mean, I have the rest of the pictures right here, you know, Tylee, Charles, and JJ. And I just want the truth, because that is the justice for them. It tells their story. I don't care about anybody else's. That's where I'm at on that. Anyways, I wish it was louder. I don't know why. A lot of the videos, like when I uploaded the Lundgren stuff, it was just, I don't know, it's weird. So I put the words.
How dare you?
The Tribal Social Services looked at us and said,
"This is gross.
We're not giving you this baby."
This video was recorded by a documentarian in 2020. It's 17 minutes long, and it shows Utah County Attorney David Levitt telling the story of how he managed to adopt a tribal infant in 2017.
And finally, this strategy comes into my head. And if you got 5 minutes, I'll tell you the story.
As he describes it, his strategy meant hopping on a plane to Montana, then walking onto the reservation unscheduled to meet with the president of the Northern Cheyenne tribe.
I said, I'm here for two reasons. I said, I'm here to tell you the second reason first, but I'll tell you the first reason second. I said, but before I tell you the second reason, I want to tell you a story.
His story touches on the importance of family. Then it highlights his close friendship with former Ukrainian President Viktor Yushchenko.
Victor and I have this goal of introducing buffalo into Western Ukraine.
You hear this?
And you're a sovereign nation, and you have a buffalo herd, and Ukraine is a sovereign nation, and it doesn't have a buffalo herd, but it wants one. And so I'm here to try and see if we can form a bilateral agreement between the people of the Northern Cheyenne and the people of Ukraine to introduce buffalo to Western Ukraine. And at that point, you know, he was all ears.
I bet.
And I said, that's the second reason why I'm here. The first reason why I'm here is this, that we want to adopt one of your people.
He says tribal president Jace Kilsback gave his blessing, but tribal social services did not. So Levitt went back to the president to try again. Watch and listen to how he describes the tribal president made a compelling argument.
Okay, let
To
me
help
go back.
Levitt clear that final hurdle.
Let me
So
go
Levitt
back
went back, gave his
for
blessing.
PC
but
Bubbles.
tribal social. He said
that we want
Basically, he's child sex trafficking the Native American child, basically,
to adopt
to Ukraine.
one of your people.
He says tribal president Jace Killsback gave his blessing, but tribal social services did not. So Levitt went back to the president to try again. Watch and listen to how he describes the tribal president made a compelling argument to help Levitt clear that final hurdle and take home the child that same day.
He said, listen, the Levitts are friends of the tribe. He's an asset. They're assets to the tribe for more than just this. I left, and 5 minutes later, the phone rang, and it was the social worker saying, I think I figured out a way to get this child to you.
Oh, yeah.
Jace Killsback has declined to comment. At the time of this interview, he was in prison for fraud in an unrelated case.
Not every child needs to grow up in the city, green grass, white picket fence house. It's best for the Native children to remain in Native communities.
Stephanie Benally, a Native American specialist for Utah foster care, is not just giving her opinion in
I
this
like what she
interview.
says.
She's describing federal law, the Indian Child Welfare Act. It was passed in 1978 to protect Native American children from being adopted by non-Native families.
Prior to the act, 25 to 35% of Native children were removed from their home and placed in non-Native homes.
There's
And
such
now
a
you can
prejudice
find their
in
bones
the Native
and-
community about
Ugh.
a non-Native adopting a Native.
Levitt says the child is family. Technically, she's his step
Somebody
foster
pointed this
great
out.
niece.
Somebody pointed out that his wife's name is like Moloch spelled backwards almost. I was like, oh yeah.
He might not be related by blood, but ultimately, the tribe gets to decide who's considered family. According to court documents, the child's biological mother willingly gave up her parental rights, but the biological father did not.
Let me put it this way.
I love this lady.
I would like our elected officials to be servants of the public and not self-serving.
Linda F.
Right.
Smith is a member of the Utah State Bar Ethics Advisory Opinion Committee. She also taught ethics at the University of Utah for more than 30 years. She says the video is concerning in more ways than one.
He was clearly politicking to get his way.
Definitely.
It was a little smarmy, a way to talk somebody into letting you adopt a child that might otherwise be better raised by the tribe.
David Levitt is the same county attorney who named himself as the subject of a ritualistic child sex abuse investigation. Last month, he announced he is not a murderer, a cannibal, or an abuser. And he accused the Utah County Sheriff of playing politics right before the
It's like when Lori was like, no one was murdered here. Okay.
primary, even though Levitt was not publicly named.
This is not a politically motivated investigation.
I mean, is it
Even if so.
disturbing? Yeah, it is. You have to kind of separate that and not let emotions affect your investigation at all.
Noel Engels is a former analyst with Homeland Security. He confirmed his team had been investigating sexual allegations against Levitt for several years. Then in 2020, Homeland Security received the video and started investigating for human trafficking.
It's literally our job is to make sure children are safe.
5 months
Ballard's
after
too.
receiving the video, documents show Noel and his team were removed from the case.
Why?
He has since filed a whistleblower complaint and received back this letter. You allege that Homeland Security improperly terminated an investigation into allegations involving current Utah County Attorney David Levitt. We emphasize that while the Office of Special Counsel has found a substantial likelihood of wrongdoing based on the information you submitted
I'm
in
sorry,
support of
Lee.
your allegations, our referral to the Secretary for investigation is not a final determination
I
that
see.
the allegations are substantiated.
This is not how you adopt a child. This is how you procure a child.
We reached out to David Levitt for an explanation last week. His spokesperson said he would be happy to tell the entire story, but not until after tomorrow's election, because they believe,
Come and
quote,
going.
This has no bearing on his performance as Utah County Attorney and is not relevant.
How many of you guys think it has no bearing on his job and it's not relevant? Okay. Oh my God.
We want you to know we are publishing the full 17-minute clip online.
I need to go watch that if it's still there. I got these. I had to, pay for them. The FOIA docs. They're horrible. I've read one report from a victim of David Hamblin, allegedly. Okay. And these are all the like-minded people that Lynn Packer, how he focuses on Tim Ballard. I've learned a lot from watching all of Lynn Packer's videos. He's a journalist. I mean, he's an old school journalist. Like I don't, again, I'm not driven by politics. I'm not driven by anything, but I just want answers because it tells the stories of that baby girl, Tylee. It tells the story of JJ. It tells the story of Charles and Tammy. Tammy was, I don't have it in front of me, but from what I recall, Tammy wasn't she, her body temperature colder and she was moved? I mean, what did they do? Why did they hang out in the temple? Why'd they hang out in the temple parking lots? Why Alex being excommunicated twice? Why did he feel so safe to just hang out and be so accessible and dispensable and useful to them, to a means, And I'm so sorry to hear about that, Lee. I have Chickasaw and Cherokee in mine too. I always hated my cheekbone. I always thought I had fat cheeks. I don't care how tiny I was or how little girl or whatever. I always hated my cheeks. And then I learned that, I have Native American blood. My cousins, actually, they've been able to go to college for free and everything. But it's terrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. There's so many Tylee and JJs out there. That's the scary part. Whether it's debunked, whether it's got a hashtag and a label on it, I don't care. I don't care about the labels. I care about the truth. And wherever that is, it's led me thus far. I mean, I've listened to my gut. I do. That's the first. I mean, I keep the victims at center, and then I always come back to it, and I come back to them. They recenter me, refocus me, reignite, my drive. Sometimes I'm tired, but I can't give up because I made a promise. Yes, they do. They do. They do. Thank you, Magic 8-Ball. You gorgeous too. I mean, again, it's the same thing with Tim Ballard. And so if you do speak out and say the Sound of Freedom movie, if I've seen it, I read the comments of these things of like the Sound of Freedom, you will get mobbed. It's like the Visions of Glory book. Okay. People defend it and they don't just stop long enough to just push back a little bit. See that people are preying on our emotions. Yes, trafficking is a huge problem. I am so against trafficking. Tylee and JJ are part of this trafficking problem. Just like I see the Mormon, the church, I see the church saying and holding people's salvation above their heads. I'm going to get some comments. I'm ready. It is what it is. I'm used to people defending men who are human and in a building, in a temple. I'm used to that. And I think it's because they're afraid that by admitting it, they put that above Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy. I mean, it's I'd rather somebody slap the shit out of me. I'd rather that. Because it re-victimizes them all over again. That hurts. That's what's hurt me the most in this is the denial, the label. That's how the church, in my opinion, has distanced itself. This is what it does. This isn't the first cult the cult. It's not, Chad's not the first one and mighty strong. He's not. He's a damn, he held a calling, for Christ's sake. He held a damn calling in his ward. Okay? He handled money like Jeffrey Lundgren. And then, so you're bullshit. There's, they have cards where you can swipe them. That's their temple recommend. They know how many times they going in and out of there. They can stop it. How many times have I can't count how many times I've heard, there's no way Chad and Lori could have snuck into the temple and sealed themselves. That's because they didn't. Now, I'm like, wow, I was dead on, because they put him there on the November 16th and not November 18th, like I suspected. Still, Melanie Gibb put them inside the temple, but not in the sealing room. Wink, wink. Do you see what I'm saying? This is what I'm dealing with. And so I don't want to pull the rug out from anybody. That is not my wishes here. I mean, I can't imagine. I've gone through that through this process by learning this about Mormon leadership. It's made me realize my own world, my own existence, my own belief system. I don't exalt anybody, myself especially. I don't exalt myself. I don't desire to be God. I don't even know if I can't prove it. None of us can prove it, but we can stop acting like some arrogant assholes. That's all. Either way, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to be nice. It doesn't hurt to treat people like you want to be treated, like I want to be treated, like we want to be treated. It's called compassion. Pass it along. That's the only thing I knew about the church. Anyways, but yeah, so let me grab that link and I will share it in the chat so that you can go and check this story out yourself, because he's got tons. Adam Herbert's, it's on his personal YouTube channel. So I feel people out, right? Because what I have to say is pretty wild. It's wild. It's my speculation. It's my theory. It's where my research brings me time and time again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We will go over this. It burns my ass. It burns my ass. Oh my. And the 33, y'all. And so Visions of Glory, this book, I don't think they're near-death experiences. So they're exploiting those too. If you know what I mean. Everything is a pawn. Okay? Every child, every person is a pawn in this game. I find that disturbing. And so I did catch a video. I don't think I have it in my Canva app anymore. I shared it one day. Hold on just a second. Let's see. All right. Oh, I did post that in the chat. I'm sorry. I didn't let y'all know when I did it though. Okay, so let me fix the screen here. Do. I'll make that bigger. Haha. All right. So I just go and play my Canva app all the time. Y'all know that. So who is John? This is where you'll see how my mind works. Who is John M. Pontius? Now this is what Canva, you do magic right. Okay, it's where I push this little thing right here, and then it says magic right, and it says use 5 or more words to describe what you want to write. And so I'm like, let's see, this one's interesting. Who is Chad Daybell? Oh. And I put LDS. Oh. And I push generate. Okay. It says Chad Daybell is a religious author and podcaster. Okay, not a publisher. Who has been in the news in recent years due to his connection to several high-profile criminal cases. Daybell is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and his work often deals with religious and spiritual themes. However, Daybell's reputation has been tarnished by his association, okay, with the deaths of his former wife, the deaths, not murders, Tammy Daybell, and his new wife's children, Joshua and Tylee. Tammy's death was initially ruled as natural causes, but it was later exhumed as part of the investigation into the children's disappearance. JJ and Tylee went missing in September of 2019, and their bodies were discovered on Daybell's property in June 2020. Daybell and his new wife, Lori Vallow, were both charged with multiple counts of conspiracy to commit murder, among other charges. Daybell's case has garnered significant media attention due to the bizarre circumstances surrounding the deaths and disappearances, as well as his religious background. However, it is important to note that these actions are not representative of the LDS. It sounds like a damn member of the church or community as a whole. No shit, Sherlock. You know what I mean? Like, duh. So, okay, now watch. Now I'm going to type in Lori. And this Canva, I believe, is a Australian-owned company. So, I mean, because I look into things. Google, the church has stock in that. Who is Lori? I'm going to put Lori Daybell and see what comes up. LDS. Oh, I don't know. I always push enter. Lori, okay, she's just an American woman who gained national attention in 2019 and 2020 for her involvement in a series of unusual events. Lemony Snicket's there again. That led to the... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That led to the deaths of several people. What the hell? It's unchanged since the last time. She is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormon Church. They don't like being called Mormons. Anyways, Daybell was married to Charles Vallow, who was also a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, who was shot and killed by her brother, Alex Cox, who had been a member and excommunicated allegedly twice by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, right? Later that year, Daybell's 2 children, Tylee Ryan and Joshua J.J. Vallow, were reported missing. In June 2019, their remains were discovered on property belonging to Daybell's new husband, Chad Daybell. Lori, they are calling her Daybell, and Chad Daybell were both arrested and charged with various crimes related to the deaths of Tylee and JJ. The case has received widespread media attention and has caused concern among members of the LDS community. Why? Why has it caused concern? You know, why are they afraid to believe that their beliefs are the same? Again, that's that's a loaded question, and I'm gonna have some hate mail down below. Anyways, but I did type some other things down here. But we're going to talk about John too. John M. Pontius was an author and religious leader of the Latter-day Saint movement. News to my ears. He wrote several books on the topic of spirituality, most notably Visions of Glory. Now listen how they characterize this, because I find it interesting. Sorry. And let me hide myself so you don't see me puffing. Meow. Okay. Where's it at? Where'd it go? Okay. Okay. So listen, he wrote several books on the topic of spirituality, most notably Visions of Glory, one man's astonishing account of the last days, which describes his near-death experience and subsequent visions of the afterlife. But really what Visions of Glory is just like what Chad's Strange Dream is just like what Ruby Rail's Doctrine is, which is the same thing as Ezra Taft Benson's, which is the same of President Gordon B. Hinckley, they're all the damn same. Julie Rowe, they are all the same. They're the same story, but they just write about it in different ways. I even have books I have one from He's a Liar, but Paul Dunn, signed. I got it from DI. When I saw that earlier, I was like, oh shit, he signed that one. Oops. I've been, just highlighting all these books. I gotta go turn my ear off. It's cold. Okay. Damn windy units. But grateful. Okay. So excuse me. All right. It's the same thing over and over again. It's like a guide. And I know I'm gonna sound just like them damn Pizzagate people, probably. Whatever. I'll take it. I'll wear that. It'll be like a damn badge of honor, because I don't know. I don't know where this goes. I just know that there's some shady shit going on. You see it and I see it. We've seen it this whole time. Evasiveness, omission, they're very clear on the detailed part of like when JJ allegedly turned into a zombie and was climbing the cabinets. And I mean, come on, it was too detailed and too alike. Okay. I've talked, I don't know how my parents feel about this now, but a long time ago, I remember, we talked about who we wanted everybody who has their blood on their hands, who has our family's blood on their hands. So I'm going to say that for myself now. I want everyone who has my family members' blood on their hands, held accountable, responsible, liable, culpable, all those ables words, okay? Suable, jailable, sentenciable, you know what I mean? That's not cool. There's a lot more going on, for this many people to be, so arrogant, still members, no statement from the church, nothing. What you allow is what will continue, and it has, and it does, and it will, and there will be another. Just wait for it. When's the next, big movie maker, a big true crime genre feeder? When's that true crime story coming out? Because it's coming. Who's the next alleged blamed, cult leader? Chad and Lori are a lot of things. They're deplorable. They are depraved people. but they learned it and they were taught it from somewhere that they have in common. So we're the Cox family. So, you know what I'm saying? We don't know much about anybody on the Daybell side. I don't. But the like-minded behavior has just been very, very, very apparent. Anyways, so I mean, it's saying that these are John Pontius's near-death experiences. Pontius was known for his deep faith and his ability to help others strengthen their relationship with God. He passed away in 2012, but his teachings continue to inspire many people around the world. Well, ain't that some shit? So this led me to some connections, okay? And so I put, what is unblogmysoul.wordpress.com? Unblogmysoul.wordpress.com is a blog site that is dedicated to sharing personal experiences and insights about the LDS faith. It was created by a man. I learned this, but I've heard this name a long time ago. I need to actually Google it up. I want to, Mauricio Artieda. I don't know how to say that. Who felt inspired to share his own journey and growth in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The blog site includes a variety of topics such as personal experiences, gospel principles, and teachings, and is intended to be a place where readers can find encouragement, inspiration, and like-minded people, a sense of community. We all crave that, though. We all want that. That's why we're here, you know? So I don't knock them for that. It's just the phrase that they use. It's the pickup line, you know? Okay. The blog has gained a following from people all over the world who are interested in exploring and strengthening their faith. So I put, who is LDS Dr. Thomas G. Harrison? And it came up with, Tom G. Harrison is a physician from Salt Lake City, Utah, who specializes in obstetrician gynecology. Okay? Tom himself says that he works in child psychology. Okay? Counseling, relationships. Anyways, you'll see. He's, and yeah. He received his medical degree from the U of U, University of Utah of Medicine, and has been practicing medicine for over 35 years. Dr. Harrison is also a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and has served as mission president, stake president, and a bishop in the church. He is a well-respected leader and has been recognized for his contributions to the medical community and his service to the church. Dr. Harrison is known for his compassionate and patient-centered approach to caring for his patients, and he is committed to providing the highest quality care possible. So I put, what is the LDS book Visions of Glory about? Visions of Glory is a book that describes the authors, okay, not Spencer, because Tom goes by Spencer, a pseudonym, a cover, okay? If you had a near-death experience, and what do you have to hide? What, you know? Oh, he don't want the claim. I mean, Chris, what's his name? Oh my God. Shit. What? Hold on, I'm thinking. The two people that came out from the Mormon culture to basically, I guess, do damage control, in my opinion. His name is Christopher and Patrick Mason. Patrick Mason and Christopher, crap, I can't think of his name. Anyways, and so they wrote all kinds of these big write-ups and stuff about how Chad and Lori veered off, or they used the earlier doctrine of the church, and which is true, and it's not disavowed. It may not be heard by those that go to just the church, but it's heard by those that go to the temple. That's the initial sifting, in my opinion. That separates some of the wheats from the tares. So then you have people like Lori and Chad. Chad looks like a brown noser, you know, like teacher's pet, you know. Okay, yes, sir. You know. And Lori, she's, I don't know, some weird shit's going on. And so you see that she's going to temple 5 days a week. She works at the temple on Thursdays. My uncle was murdered on a Thursday. And you're like, I mean, I think, what the was she doing? Why did they not flag her themselves? This is a problem, in my opinion. I don't get to suggest this to them, though, because they're protected by the First and so many other amendments, you know, their right to practice religion, whatever. They don't have to turn over body cam footage, or not body cam footage, security footage of people in the parking lot hanging out, waiting. You know, they got it. That's the thing I'm talking about. Anyways, so all right. Okay, so it's a Visions of Glory is a book that describes the author's purportedly true account of his experiences, and I'm sorry, with visions and visitations from Jesus Christ and other heavenly beings. The author John Pontius claims to have been given a glimpse into the future. Didn't Chad write that? A glimpse into the future? Yeah. It's a title or something. I want to say, I've run across something the other day that Chad, I think it came from Chad, one of Chad's books, and it was about effing obstacles. Okay. And there's obstacles in Visions of Glory too. And in true story, because it was an obstacle. There were many obstacles in Chad and Lori's way, but were they assigned to kill the zombies? Like, did somebody tell them to kill the zombies? Or like, did they get like a, you know, hey, here, you get 24 people. Dim them dark. Why did they have to get answers? You know, why? That's the part that I don't understand. Anyways, okay. Of the world and the events that will precede the second coming of Jesus Christ. Pontius shared his experiences of being taken to the spirit world and being shown various aspects of the afterlife. This is not correct, though, because it was Tom Harrison, this dude, the doctor, that it's his encounters. He goes by Spencer, you know? And in his book, in the very beginning, it says that he takes full responsibility for everything in his book. Now, how? If you're going under some name that you don't even know who you are. When I put this in Canva, it tells me that these are John Pontius's. I have people telling me in my comment section that, just like they do with Mike Stroud, leave Mike Stroud alone. You know, they defend. I don't know what the hell this defend the children. Defend Tylee and JJ and Tammy and Charles and Joe and countless other victims of this belief system and people in this belief system. You know, care for them a little bit. They're grown men. Mike Stroud, he's a pawpaw. You know, the other one's a doctor. This one, he's literally a ghostwriter because he was a ghostwriter for Visions of Glory. He wrote the book John Pontius wrote the book based on Tom Harrison's visions. Okay. Crazy. All right. Okay. Pontius shares his experience. Okay. And being shown. Okay. He also describes his encounters with angels, including the angel Moroni, and this right here, his conversations with Jesus Christ himself. That's the second comforter. That is a calling and election made sure. That is Lori talking to Jesus himself. Okay. That is exaltation. That is the second anointing. That is this. This is that. The book has gained a following of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who believe in the reality of such experiences and find inspiration in the author's message of hope, and faith. However, it is important to note that the validity of Pontius's claims has not been confirmed by any LDS sources, and it never will be, because they're the scapegoats, in my opinion. Big fish, little fish. Recruiters, okay? Who is the Latter-day, this is my question, who is the Latter-day Saint church member that was convicted of killing her children and Tammy Daybell? Okay. So they answered the Latter-day Saints church member that was convicted of killing her children and Tammy Daybell is Lori Vallow Daybell. She was found guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and grand theft related to the deaths of her two children, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, and her husband's previous wife, previous, not late wife, Tammy Daybell. The case gained national attention due to the unusual circumstances, including allegations of cult-like beliefs and the disappearance of the children for several months before their remains were found on her husband's property. The trial lasted for several weeks, and the jury ultimately found Lori Vallow Daybell guilty on all charges. She now faces a potential sentence of life in prison. Make that 3 LWOPs. So then I put, who is the Latter-day Saint member accused of killing his wife, Tammy Daybell, and see how I questioned it, and his new Lori Daybell's children, Tylee Ryan and Joshua Vallow? The individual you are referring to is Chad Daybell, a former member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He and his current wife, Lori, have been accused of the murder of his previous wife, Tammy Daybell, as well as the deaths of two children, Tylee and JJ. The case has received significant media attention, and both Chad and Lori are currently facing charges related to the deaths of the children. The investigation is ongoing, and further details may emerge as the case progresses through the legal system. So I put, who is Spencer in the LDS book Visions of Glory? You know, who is Spencer? Visions of Glory is a book that purports to tell a story of a man named John Pontius, not Thomas Harrison, who claims to have had a series of visions and spiritual experiences. In the book, there is a character named there's a character, okay? There's a whole character named Spencer who appears to be a spiritual guide or mentor to John. That's bullshit. He is the originator of these visions. He purports this. Then in my comments, I see that some members or people who believe in Tom Harrison and Visions of Glory, just like Lori and Chad, their go-to guide, if you will. And they say, John Pontius, it's always a deflection. It's always projection. It's never accountability. Just know that. They say something like John Pontius wrote all that kind of stuff in Visions of Glory, that, and Tom Harrison, I know him. He's a great man. It's defend, deflect, project, and deny. And then then it goes into persecution complex. And it's also, it involves the God complex. But anyways, yeah, so they defend, and they say they blame it on John, who's dead, okay, who just wrote the book. Okay. According to the book, Spencer is a highly advanced and enlightened being who has been sent to teach John about the nature of God, the universe, and the afterlife. Some readers believe that Spencer, well, they're not reading it well. Some readers believe that Spencer represents an angel, while others interpret him as a manifestation of Christ or some other divine entity. I go for this one right here. Just saying. Anyways, regardless of how one chooses to interpret Spencer, he is a central figure in John's spiritual journey. I hope so, because it's not John's, it's actually Spencer's spiritual journey. But do you see how the evasiveness, okay, just by not putting your name? And I remember a while back, it was about a year and a half ago, maybe, Lauren Hidden True Crime said that she had reached out to Tom Harrison for an interview, and he just said that, I forget the exact words, but basically, he just didn't want to be in the public. He didn't. He has that option, and that must be effing nice. Nah, I'm good. I can just sit here and, push this propaganda out, and everybody takes it as word as another addition to their quad. A Mormon's word of wisdom, the Pearl of Great Price, the Book of Mormon, and the corrected. And I'm air quoting like a mofo banger. That corrected, because Joseph Smith said the Bible wasn't correctly. It wasn't written correctly. It wasn't translated correctly. So he corrected it. But really, if you ask every LDS member that I've talked to about it has said that they don't really go into the Bible, their Bible, the King James Version, 16, I don't know, the Mormon one. So then I put, who is Tim Ballard? And did Tim Ballard step down from Operation Underground Railroad? And it says, Tim Ballard is a former CIA and Department of Homeland Security agent who founded Operation Underground Railroad, which is true, a nonprofit organization that works to rescue children from sex trafficking. Ballard left his government job to start OUR in 2013, and since then, the organization has rescued thousands of victims and arrested hundreds of traffickers. No. Do your research. Regarding your second question, as of my last information, this is the computer at Canva answering me. Tim Ballard has not stepped down from OUR. Okay. They were just under 2 federal investigations. You got to go see Lynn K. Packer's channel. I don't know if my moderators can put the link in there. And I mean, just hear them out, because they held a secret grand jury meeting, and the church allegedly wrote a letter, and then boom, those federal investigations just went away. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Corruption as fuck. Sorry, but I mean, it pisses me off. So if you don't think that it's happened in Lori and Chad's cases, think again. What are they doing? They're shitting all over my family's memories. And they're just, I don't know. That's a slap in the fucking face. I'm sorry. It pisses me off. All right. Okay, it says, I'm not sure if there have been any recent updates in this matter. However, it is worth noting that OUR has faced some controversy recently, including allegations of mismanagement and lack of transparency. What about the alleged fake? I'm probably going to get a cease and desist. Bring it on, bitches. Anyways, what about the basically like a ride along, like Tim Ballard would set up these sting operations, and these wealthy people, I'm sure a lot of Mormons, wealthy Mormons would go and basically pay to ride along, except helicopter and doing these busts. And so there's a lot of this footage, and that's where the Sound of Freedom is based off of Tim's real true story. But it's not real. Tim is fake. Tim, in my opinion, allegedly, my theory of theories, okay, is that just like his church, he is claiming to save people because he too has a God complex and a thirst. And he is actually deceiving everybody because he's part of the problem, in my opinion, in my dream, in my nightmare. Just like I thought the church was, leading people to Jesus Christ. And that's not the the case, in my opinion. And it's so tragic because it hurts my heart. It hurts my heart to see that, you know, that Mormons, that anybody, nobody has to pay anybody, has to have a mouthpiece. Nobody has to have a middleman to handle their relationship with their sky god, their source, their maker, their whatever, however you believe. That bothers me. It is exploitation at its finest, and it is the master deception. So whenever the LDS proverbial shelf does break, they usually turn them into atheists. They believe in no God, and I respect that too. My dad, he's an atheist. But I've also seen him when my baby brother was born. He had brittle bone syndrome. This is my real dad. My little brother has, my other little brother, not Todd, has brittle bone syndrome, and he was born premature and actually was in the same emergency NICU where JJ was, Kanan was. And anyways, he broke 5 bones coming out, you know. And he's adopted by a religious family here in the Lake area. And I mean, I've watched him, you know, grow up, and he's like 11 now. But I mean, anyways, it's just I've seen my dad kind of change a little bit. Now, I don't question, I don't judge. It's not my place. I'm just saying, I respect your way. Just respect that I do believe in a higher power. I don't believe in people enslaving other people, exploiting them, tricking them out. Here's your 2 tickets to paradise. Oh, here, you get to be God. Not in the next life, in this one. Which they don't believe. You know what I mean? There's so many freaking discrepancies. Whatever. We don't believe in reincarnation. We call it multiple mortal probations. It's the same damn thing. Okay? God. They put a different definition for the same damn word. So it's like we are speaking different languages. And I saw on a documentary, I want to say it was 60 Minutes Australia, where the lady, there was a ex-member from Scientology who was basically a translator, you know, and she speaks the Scientology. She knows the words they use. And I feel like that's what I've done in this. And that's another mechanism, a tactic that's being used to further isolate those members from the rest of the world. There's a barrier there, and it's tragic. It's tragic. I'm telling you. Anyway, so Ballard has acknowledged these concerns and has stated that the organization is working to address them. Okay. What does it mean when someone refers to adult spirits in the LDS religion? So here we go with some Lori answers, okay? In the LDS religion, the term adult spirits is often used to refer to the premortal existence of human beings. According to LDS theology, before we were born on earth, we existed as spirit children of heavenly parents. These spirits were not yet adults in the sense that they had not yet received physical bodies or completed their mortal journey. Okay? You have to know Mormon theology to understand what the F they are talking about, what the hell she was talking about. Okay? So, however, they were still because basically they signed a contract. They went to Jesus, and before they came and accepted their mission, per se, to come to earth, to live this life, just like Lori says, I had to marry this husband to get, these children, to get moved to Hawaii, to get adopt this son. You know what I'm saying? That is what she was taught since she was born, since she fell out of that womb. I'm sorry. So, yeah. Okay. That's what she's taught. These spirits were not yet, oh shit. Okay. However, they were still considered to be mature and intelligent beings with agency and the ability to make choices. Okay. Okay. In LDS belief, the purpose of mortal life is to gain a physical body. Now, what did those, how did they become zombies? How? Because the Mormons believe that, oh hell, where'd my picture go? Oh, because I didn't know it did that. Boo boo. Anyways, so basically they I forgot what the hell I was saying. Okay, so let me read it again. There's 111 people in here right now. Okay. Shit. I gotta go back over there. Okay. Okay, so the physical bodies, that's what it was. They had not yet received the physical bodies or completed their mortal journey. However, they were still considered to be mature and intelligent beings with agency. Agency means free will, okay? Free agency, free will. And the ability to make choices. Obviously, not in the times they died. In LDS belief, the purpose of mortal life is to gain a physical body, learn and grow through experiences. So Lori had to marry this man, moved to here and Hawaii. You know what I mean? To be a warrior and anyways, and prepare to return to our heavenly home as resurrected beings. So this whole time, she's like translated being, resurrected. There's different things on resurrection. Okay, it's so complex. The concept of adult spirits is an important part of LDS teachings about the nature and purpose of human existence. So they believe that there's a third. Okay, there's a lot of threes in this. The 33rd, Joseph Smith was 33. They say he was martyred, not murdered. Anyways, and like everybody that I read their stories, it's always some 33 years old. Tom, Tom Harrison Spencer also. And I was like, okay, here it is. Here we go. He's telling his version, his story of this. I'm putting it out there. Here I go. Here comes the crazy shit. Okay. Crazy alert. This shit's going to sound like Julie Rowe. But what I believe is a map, instructions of where to meet, when to meet, who to meet, how to meet, and all that good shit. It has nothing to do with Jesus, but they use Jesus talk. And I can show you right now. I've got to. I blew Trace's mind when I showed her this. Lori. I'll come back to this. I know it's a long one. I'm sorry. Vallow appears in court March 6th, 2020. Oh, I put 2020. Okay. Let's see. Full video. All right. Hold up. Let's switch. I'll come back to this. I promise. You guys see. It's just shit I pick up. Okay. So this is, this is when she was extradited from Hawaii to, this is whenever I looked at her and I was like, who in the hell is that? All right. So this is Ron Ball walking in. and back out. I don't know this one's name, but I remember seeing him at the trial. Okay. There's Vince Kiakamanu. Okay. That's the Fremont County Sheriff dude. And there's Chuck. Okay. Big Chuck. I love Chuck. He's freaking ginormous. And I'm 5'3". So I'm like, holy hell. He hurts my neck to look up at him. But no, there's Ray Hermosillo. See, they were all bald. And there's oh, what's his name? Crap. And there's Dave Hope. I mean Bob. Yeah, not Bob Hope. Who the hell's that? Oh, okay. All right. Now we're gonna watch. There's Larry Bear and Mom, and Kelsey, and Colby, and Cole, my cousin Cole, and his girlfriend. Larry's got to sit at the end. There's Brandon. That looks like Taylor Larson, that big dude. I don't know. That's Kelsey's mom. Okay, I gotta get to Chuck. We're gonna watch Chuck's facial. We're gonna watch Chuck as soon as they pan over to him. Now, mind you, Chad Daybell's here. He has some kajangas, huh? Is that you? Oh. Okay. Oh, and thank you for becoming a member, Lee, earlier. I hadn't printed a list, but I didn't. Okay, see, watch. We're gonna watch Chuck. Chuck's gonna make a lot of what I call Freemasonry signs. Which, I mean, he's a cop. They're all mean mugging Chad, who's over here, okay, to the left of me. There's there's Dilbert. My bad. Oh, look look at Vinny's eyes. Everybody's like, what the hell? There's his attorney. You better look back. Don't drop the soap, bitch. Just some nerve Thumb has. Look, watch this chick. Watch these people. Oh, her. Look. She's like, what? Let me go back. The blonde chick. She's like, what the hell? Oh, wait. Let me see if he was communicating. Huh. What the hell? I just caught that. Hold on. It looks like he got a lazy eye. That's some bullshit right there. I never watched Chad. He's boring, to say the least. What was that? Your tie's fine. Fucker. Don't laugh. Prick. He's got Freemason moves to do. Shut up, Sean Bartholic. Come on. No, that was his toad throat. Hyper vigilant there. A little hyper aware. Eyes wide open. I can't believe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'd have to watch him much longer to see if he's doing any of those Freemason signs and tokens and symbols. Or I'd fast forward. He looks like a Myrtle. Well, she pulled her shirt up, but I don't think she's Freemasoning. All right, now we're gonna watch Chuck. Chuck is look, Hermosillo's right here. Babyface. There's Whitney. I love Whitney. She's my favorite. All right, now watch. Chuck is right here. We're gonna watch Chuck's mouth, his hand gestures. You'll see. Right there. We'll go back. Right there. Okay, could be wiping sweat. This is Sean. But you know, Daybell's over here, so I don't. Okay, now watch. I don't know who this is. Go back to Chuck. Go back to Chuck. I'm sorry. At this point, I'm watching everybody.
Reminder for those that just come in, cell phones need to be silenced, no videos, no photos.
That's my cousin Cole.
Just a reminder.
That's those leis that a Hawaiian couple made for them special. This is Annie's friend right here. She dressed up as Lori Vallow for Halloween. And then asked me to take her picture off of my thumbnail. Okay. Anyways, Brandon Boudreaux, he's like, Larry's pissed. Larry is pissed. Shy baby. Mom look like she's I've had those eyes look at me when I do stupid shit. And she's like, crash on. You know. And looks could kill, right? Oh my god, I didn't know it was this far down. Okay, it's gonna be in this area right here. Okay, now watch Chuck. That's the lawyers. She looks like Wednesday from the Munster family. I mean, the Addams family. There's Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Shut up. Thank y'all for hanging in. I remember watching this live. I have like screen recording of it live. There were 15,000 people watching. Look, where's all their hair? It's like they went on strike. That's Rob Wood. That is nuts. He used to play in a band. I don't know if he still does. This is Troy Rammel. Okay. All right. Now watch Chuck. Right there. Saw that? Right here. Okay. And there. Right there. He grabbed his ear. And his other ear. That went back. Other ear. Okay. Now I know they're communicating. You know, they're communicating. Maybe that's what cops do. I don't know. But I found it interesting. That one. That one was very, very apparent. Watch. I wish I could zoom in. He's going to go there and there. Boom, boom. There. He just did one too, I think. Oh no, he put it. I don't know what the hell he did. I was like, Jason, you gotta look at it. Look there, there. Uh-huh. Him too. I got the itchy picky poos. Can you believe it? There. That was a big one. Let's go back. Boom, 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 boom. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Now hang around though, because I want to show you how I linked up Shane Holmes to some of these people. Shane Holmes was Adam Cox was supposed to talk to Shane Holmes, about the temple pulling Lori's temple recommend, an intervention. Adam Cox was supposed to go play basketball with Shane. So hang tight. I don't remember if I watched it past here. Just hang tight for a second. I'm not looking at that screen right now because I'm going to look something else up. Boom, 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 boom. Play videos. Let's see. Let me know if y'all see any more. Not that day. Let's see. Okay, here it is. Okay. I'm going to turn that one off. We're going to go to, we're going to go watch Michael B. Rush. Wait, I don't think I did it right. Where'd it go? All right, hold on. Oh my gosh. There it is. All right, share this tab instead.
Upside down, and as a result,
Now, this is who I first spotted
a general
doing
collapse
this.
in faith globally, not just amongst the
He's
Christian
gonna flex
community,
his shoulders up a
but
lot.
amongst the very
And
elect according to the covenant.
thank you, Lily,
as
here.
Christ said.
Oh,
Now,
a few
Daniel
lollies.
spoke a lot about
Oh, they're
this
not?
Antichrist.
Okay.
If you recall,
So they
he saw
are.
this. Daniel
Top.
was the one that interpreted.
Tell me if
King
this.
Nebuchadnezzar's dream.
Please, tell me if
And
this guy.
King Nebuchadnezzar.
Because I mean,
he
I was
couldn't
like,
remember the dream that he
because
had. He
hold
only
on.
remembered.
This is one of those videos where I learned that because I was reading the comments, and I was like, okay, some of the comments, they're not matching what the hell this dude is saying. It's like they're saying one thing and I'm like, what? I'm not getting anything that y'all are getting from this guy, um comments is where it's at. It's the gold. Okay. Like right here. Yes, the enemy is combined, but we are combined with the Lord's chariots of fire. Then they that be with us are more, I'm sorry, than they that be with them. And then, oh, okay, that's just, all right, shit. Anyways, just let's watch for a second. Let me know.
That it was terrible and that it was profound. And so he threatened he was going to kill
Okay,
all
here,
the
let's skip to here.
The strength of iron still remains in it, but now there is this mixture of mud and clay in it, and it forms a bond that will not last. And this angel goes on to describe to Daniel how in the last days
He has
this
a cadence
Antichrist is
too.
going to come, and that he is not going to bond with the seed of men, but he will mingle amongst the seed of men. And that is a very interesting thing. He also goes on to
He's about to do it.
describe this Antichrist as a stout horn that rises up, from the midst of
Boom.
10 horns and plucks up 3 of these 10 horns by the roots and casts them down, and it takes their place. Now, what he is seeing is this Antichrist, going back to Ezra's eagle. In Ezra's eagle,
Right there.
you get to a point where there's a series of 6 short.
See?
In Ezra's eagle,
Right there.
you get to a point where there's a series of 6 short feathers, and the first of these short feathers is now in the presidency of Donald Trump, which ends prematurely because of the intervention of secret combinations. And in fact, we're to understand that all of these feathers are short because they're
He also shrugs his shoulders.
normal,
1 or 2.
expected terms in office are cut short because of a natural means. The next one we are meant to understand from the dream, and short because he's in office for even less time than Trump is in office. And then there's 2 others that would take office. They think in their hearts to take office, but are removed before they get the chance. And then you have the rise of these 3 eagle heads, which represent the usurpation of the governance of America. And it's a usurpation not by 3 branches of the government, not by 3 departments, 3-letter agencies within the government, but by 3 individuals. And I don't want to go into too much detail. I talk a lot about this in my book Daniel 11, which is an excellent overview of these things.
He also has a
The purpose
website.
of what I want to talk about is the Antichrist today, and the Antichrist.
Here we go.
He is known by these 3 heads of Ezra's eagle, and he is represented by, there were 2 feathers
He just did that.
that were taken away from all
Can't see it
others
'cause
and
the
went and
caption.
rested right underneath these 3 eagle heads. And they rise to power after these 3 eagle heads are cast down. And those 2 feathers represent the Antichrist and a companion of the Antichrist who serve simultaneously and rise to world power. And when they rise to world
He does it
power,
right here a lot too.
that is when the days of tribulation begin. And this again is spoken of at length in the writings of Daniel. In fact, that's where we get
I wish I had the
timing for
things
these
picked
7
out
years
prior.
of tribulation.
Still
Daniel
interesting.
sees that this Antichrist will be able to absolutely overcome the saints. And it is because of the saints' subjection to this Antichrist that the tribulations begin. And the saints are in dire straits.
Right there.
And not
That could
only
have
the
been it.
saints, but Daniel tells us that this Antichrist overflows the Prince of the Covenant, meaning,
The Ark of
those
the
that
New Covenant.
have the authority to be able to administer the covenants to the saints are overflown by the Antichrist. It certainly does not mean that Jesus Christ, who also might be described as a Prince of the Covenant or the Prince of the Covenant, the author of the New Testament, meaning the New Covenant, his
Ark of the New
blood
Covenant.
is the New
Ark,
Testament,
oh, Ark of the New Covenant is polygamy.
meaning the New Covenant, his blood, his atoning sacrifice.
Oh my God.
His blood, his atoning sacrifice.
Sorry.
The stout horn or Antichrist, we're told by Daniel that he's broken without hand when he confronts Jesus Christ. So the Prince of the Covenant that is overthrown,
This is Michael B. Rush.
That is talking about those that have the authority to administer the covenants to the saints. They are overthrown. And think about this. There's scriptural precedence for this. Think about what happened to the 12, apostles of Jesus Christ in the early days.
Right there.
They too were overcome. All but John were killed and became martyrs for their testimony.
Oh, right here.
His dream,
Oh,
not
this.
only interpret it, but they had to tell him what it was that he saw in the first place. And, as you can imagine, that didn't go over very well with the astrologers and wise men of the day, because it's easy to provide an interpretation of a dream, because
Shoulder shrug. I don't know if that means anything.
But if you have to tell the king what his dream was without knowing what it was in advance, well, that's a whole nother story. And none of them could do it, obviously. And so the king ordered that they should all be killed. Now, Daniel was one of these, and he had not heard this. And when he did, he said, why is the king being so hasty with this thing? If he will permit me, there is a God in Israel, and he can make known this thing to me. And so word got to the king that Daniel claimed that he could do this.
Right there.
If he would give him a
Right
day.
there.
And so Daniel went to the Lord, and the Lord opened the eyes of
Right
Daniel's
there.
understanding, and he saw this dream. And he went in and described what it meant to the king, King Nebuchadnezzar. And he described it as follows. He said, you
Right
saw
there.
a massive image.
I mean, the sea,
And the
whatever
head
it
of
means.
this image was made of gold, and it represents you, the king of Babylon. And then you saw that the chest of this was made of silver, and that represents the kingdom of Media and Persia.
There.
And then you saw the torso of this, and that was made of brass.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Brass.
represented the kingdoms
Gold.
of Grecia and Rome that would come
Tylee,
after.
they refer to the
And then
refiner's
he saw,
fire. Just know that.
Statue's legs were made
of
iron.
Iron.
And iron was the strongest metal known in ancient times. I mean, it could, if you had a sword made of iron, you could cut through swords made of brass or gold or silver or any
Come on, Michael.
alloy of the three.
There's no rush about it.
And that was the
Here comes
meaning
another
behind
one.
the legs of iron, because they crushed all other kingdoms that came before them. They were, meaning it was the most dominant kingdom the world had ever seen, meaning the most powerful kingdom the world had ever seen. Now, you've heard of my writings on Ezra's eagle, I'm sure.
And turns to the right.
If you haven't, you can
and does that.
You can read about it at my
Pretty big.
website, thelost10tribes.com.
But that is
Lost10tribes.com.
at my website. If you haven't, you can read about it at my website, thelost10tribes.com. But that is a vision that was given to Ezra, and when Ezra received that vision, the angel told him, your brother Daniel saw these things, but they weren't expounded to him. So I'm going to expound these things to you now. And the vision of Ezra's eagle is about America. And the vision of Ezra's eagle is about America. It's about, an epic attempt to overthrow the governance of this country.
Oh, hanging by a thread.
And this country is the legs of iron of this statue. And something happens in that vision of Ezra's eagle.
He kind of repeats
And
himself 3 different times.
something happens to the legs of iron. The legs of iron, the feet are shattered, and they become an amalgamation of iron, fractured iron, and clay. And the angel tells Daniel, iron and clay aren't natural alloys. They're not going to mix. They're not going to make a strong bond. And that's what you should understand, that something happens to this country and it fractures its strength, but the strength of iron still remains in it. But now there is this mixture of mud and clay in it, and it forms a bond that will not last. And this angel goes on to describe to Daniel how in the last days,
Okay, I'm going to go to this one right here.
Antichrist is going to come.
Wait, he's going to say this 3
and
times.
that he is not going to bond with the seed of men, but he will mingle amongst the seed of men. And
oh, sorry. Sorry. Button happy.
It's people, even if it had to happen by the death of their captors. So this has been a high-level overview. There are so many scriptures that talk about this Antichrist and who he is and what he does. And it's important to understand that he's coming and that he is so different from anything that we have seen before. The world has seen Antichrist before, but they have not seen
I know,
anything
monotone.
like
I
this
know.
guy.
I've fallen asleep a
he
million
is
nights.
an absolute game changer. And people not only abandon their faith, but they believe that this guy is God. And there have not been many people that have been able to do that. And certainly not on the scale and scope that
Maybe
the
so.
stout horn does. So this is one of the reasons that I say, hey, if you don't
I love you,
understand
Magic 8 Ball.
the role that secret combinations will play in the last days and the Antichrist, and another interesting thing with regards to the Antichrist is one of the first things that he does after he arrives on
That's
the
one of them
public
right there.
stage.
It looks
He
cool.
utterly
It's
destroys
just a
the
pattern.
secret
I don't know.
combinations.
I'm crazy.
He destroys the Whore of Babylon, and he does so very quickly. In a day is what John says in his writings. In a single day, the Whore of Babylon is destroyed, and it happens
know that.
because of this Antichrist. The Antichrist doesn't need the apparatus of this global conspiracy to retain power, because he is powerful in and of himself. So you need to understand secret combinations. You need to understand
Yeah. Yeah, we
the
do.
role that the Antichrist will play. And you also need to understand the role of the complete restoration of the house of Israel. And
what that will mean for us in the latter days, and why the restoration of the house of Israel will
Oh, crap.
rival the exodus of Egypt.
I remember
in wonder
recording this,
and
screen recording
might.
it, and I
I'll
was like,
talk a
oh my
little bit
God, this
more
dude is really doing some
the
stuff.
most powerful kingdom.
Crap. Let's see. I've never done this before. Okay, there's one.
If you haven't, you can read about it. I'm sure.
Oh, that's the one we saw.
If you haven't, you can read about it at my website, The Lost 10.
So is it a secret
And then
Mormon
he
language
saw
then?
that this
You know,
torso.
I do. I want to know y'all's comments, because I don't know. I'm a girl. Females tend to notice. What do you call it?
10 horns and plucks up 3 of them, from the midst of 10 horns and plucks up 3 of these 10 horns, midst of 10 horns and plucks up 3 of these 10 horns by the roots and casts them down, and it takes their place. Now
Oh, can it play while you do it? Well, not trying to make y'all dizzy or anything. I'd have done this a long time ago.
that the saints are overcome. And John, the Revelator, saw the same thing. He saw that the saints would be given into the
Shrug of the shoulder.
Antichrist's hands.
I don't know what
for a
I don't know
time,
what
and
Freemason
that they would be
signage is.
overcome
So
by him.
I just
So
thought this was interesting, but
hopefully what this means
I feel like
is
I'm not
that
showing y'all what
he's
I really
overcoming us from
found.
a theological perspective. He's making our beliefs in Jesus Christ seem ludicrous. We learned that this is not an ordinary person. He is able to do things that we cannot understand. We have no explanation for it. This is one of the reasons that he is able to overcome
What,
the
he
princes
turns
of the
and looks
covenant as
that way
well
like
as the
3
saints,
times. 1, 2,
because
3.
he has incredible
The shrug of the
power.
shoulders.
And the miracles that he is able to perform in the eyes of all the people,
With what he's saying.
they're real. They're not, cheap parlor tricks. He is, the scriptures say he
Bam.
causes fire to cheap
That one.
parlor tricks. He is, the scriptures say he causes fire to come down from heaven. The most impressive thing that he can do is, John the Revelator tells us that people form an image of the beast, and meaning an image is a body, right? And so they form a body, and this Antichrist gives life to this body and causes it to
There.
come to
What's
life.
got allergies?
And once it does, it seeks to impose itself upon all mankind, and any who will not worship it are killed. So we also learn from scriptures that those that will not subject themselves to this Antichrist rule will not be able to participate in the economy unless they have the number
Mark of the
of
beast.
the beast,
Okay.
which is an
All right.
odd number.
So I'm gonna overthrow that, and I'm gonna come over here and finish this real quick. All right. So about the spirits, the young spirits. I mean, the adult spirits. I thought that was weird too. They're adults, but I've heard this before with Mormon theology, with Mormon, just from all the things I watch, all the Mormonism stuff that I consume. And anyway, so, but yeah, the third of the Nephilim, basically, is what I don't know how to explain it right. Let me see. Let me do something. What does and LDS. What do LDS believe a third of, I forget what it is, of angels were cast. I think this is it. I don't know. Maybe not. Okay, and it says in the theology of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, it is believed that we were born on earth. We existed as spirits in heaven. This premortal existence is where we had the opportunity to learn and progress in preparation for our life on earth. So that's where they go and they talk to Jesus or God, or I don't even know. And they're like, okay, yeah, I accept my mission, yada, yada, yada. And so then they're born to goodly parents. Anyways, according to LDS doctrine, there was a war in heaven, which is still ongoing, between the forces of good and evil, led by Jesus Christ and Satan, respectively, who they say is their brothers. Okay, Jesus and Satan are brothers in Mormon theology. During this conflict, it is believed that some of the spirits chose to follow Satan and rebel against God's plan. The plan of salvation, right? These spirits were cast out of heaven and became known as the fallen angels. That's the Nephilim, in my opinion, or demons, or zombies. Let's go ahead and add zombies to that. While the exact number of spirits who followed Satan is not specified in LDS theology, it is believed that believed that a significant portion of the spirits chose to follow him. This belief is based on passages from the Bible, I wonder which version, and the Book of Mormon that describe a third of the hosts of heaven being cast out with Satan. However, it is important to note that this belief is not unique to the see, here we go, deflect. They do it, we do it. Anyways, and shared by many other Christian denominations. But as far as I know, they're not Christian. Which, whatever. I mean, there's Buddhists, there's Allah, I don't even, or Muslim, I don't even know. Anyways, overall, the LDS Church teaches that the war in heaven was a crucial event in our spiritual development and that our choices in the conflict have a direct impact on our lives on earth. But I remember seeing this time and time again. Anyways, I'm going to move on. What does it mean for a Latter-day Saint to refer to her husband's late wife as eternal friend? I didn't know how else to word it. In the context of the Latter-day Saint faith, the term eternal friend is often used to refer to a deceased spouse. This is because Latter-day Saints believe that marriage can last not only for the duration of mortal life, but also for eternity, as couples can be sealed together in the temple for time and all eternity. So there's a time and eternity. There's just for time. That's just but when you go for time and all eternity, that's polygamous. Okay. That's a new and everlasting covenant. As far as correct me if I'm wrong, please. Therefore, when a Latter-day Saint woman refers to her husband's late wife as her eternal friend, right here, she is acknowledging the special bond that her husband shared with his first wife and recognizing that their marriage was not just for this life, but will continue in the next. This one was shocking to me. I was just like, oh my God, this whole thing. It is a way of honoring the memory of the deceased spouse while also embracing the idea that love and relationships can endure beyond death. It is important to note that such references is not meant to diminish or replace the obstacle. I'm going to say the obstacle, the current relationship between the living husband and wife. Rather, it is a way of acknowledging the past while also looking forward to the future and recognizing the continuity of love and family relationships across generations. What does it mean when a Latter-day Saint says a deceased family member commands them to do something. This was Tylee commanded her to stop worrying, remember? When a Latter-day Saint says that a deceased family member commands them to do something, they are likely referring to a spiritual experience that they have had. In the LDS faith, it is believed that family relationships can continue beyond this life, and that those who have passed on may still have an interest in the affairs of their living loved ones. I don't think so. These experiences are often described as promptings or impressions from the Holy Ghost, which is believed to be a member of the Godhead and a source of spiritual guidance and inspiration. In some cases, these promptings may come in the form of direct communication from a deceased loved one. Well, she talks about all kinds of dead people, right? From a loved one who is concerned for the welfare of their family member on earth. It is important to note that these experiences are not meant to be taken as literal commands, okay, that must be obeyed without question. Rather, they are seen as invitations to seek further guidance and direction through prayer and study of LDS scripture, and to use one's own agency to make decisions that will lead to personal growth and spiritual well-being. What does it mean when a Latter-day... Now, this is a term that bothers me that David used about carrying JJ in, and he saw Alex carrying JJ in as a tender moment. So let's see. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what does it mean when a Latter-day Saint uses the term tender when referring to a sweet moment? In the context of Latter-day Saint culture, the term tender is often used to describe a sweet or touching moment. This term is often used to describe experiences that evoke feelings of love, compassion, and kindness. A tender moment may occur during a religious service, a family gathering, or sacrifice. No, I'm kidding. Or even in a personal interaction with someone. The word tender suggests a sense of warmth and gentleness, as well as feeling of vulnerability and openness. When Latter-day Saints use this term, they are often expressing their appreciation for the beauty and goodness of life, recognizing the importance of cherishing these moments of tenderness. What does it mean when someone is killed during a religious ceremony in the month of September? And they said, I'm sorry, but I cannot provide a straightforward answer to your question as it is unclear which specific religious ceremony. Oh, okay. I should have asked LDS. Anyways, you're referring it. It is important to understand that there are numerous religious ceremonies that take place in September across different religions and cultures around the world. Each of these ceremonies may carry different meanings and practices, and it is important to provide generalized explanation without more information. However, I want to emphasize that violence or harm of any kind is never acceptable, regardless of the context or circumstances. It is crucial to promote peace, respect, and understanding towards different beliefs and practices. If you have any specific, consult with trusted religious leader for gaining insight and clarity. What does it mean when a Latter-day Saint refers to a portal? In Latter-day Saint vernacular, the term portal is often used in reference to a spiritual concept. It is believed that portals are openings or gateways that can be accessed through prayer, meditation, or other spiritual practices. These portals are believed to be pathways that connect the physical world with the spiritual realm. There you go. Visions of glory. Portal, portal, portal. The immortal portal, huh? Many Latter-day Saints believe that these portals can be used. Many Latter-day Saints believe that these portals can be used to communicate with God, receive personal revelation, and even perform miracles. The idea of portals is deeply rooted in the Latter-day Saint faith, and it is believed that they have been used by prophets and other spiritual leaders throughout history. While there is no specific doctrine or teaching about portals in the church, The concept is widely accepted and discussed among members. Whether or not one believes in the existence of portals, the idea of spiritual connection and communication is central to the Latter-day Saint faith and can be a powerful tool for personal growth and enlightenment. And then we don't have to look at all this because I know I kept y'all here a lot. And this is John Pontius. For me, the hardest part of writing a book is the about the author section. It has never been my intent to write LDS books or a doctrinal blog or website, so explaining why I do so is not easy. Perhaps the best way to explain what I do: long ago, I decided to obey any time I could discern the Lord's will in my life. The hazards of learning to hearken to the voice of the Lord seems to be that you might end up on a more difficult, as the next channel name, just kidding, more difficult research journey to somewhere far better than you intended. What I do and why I do it is one of those far better things. Ooh, that reminded me of far more dark and far more sinister. Anyways, okay, after living 33 years, there's another 33, in Alaska, raising a family there and building several careers, the Lord sent us to Utah rather suddenly a few years ago. Terry, his wife, and I both raised in Utah, but we have spent the majority of our lives in, quote, the mission field, unquote. Returning to Utah has been like coming home and has brought us nearer to additional family, children, and grandchildren. Since coming to Utah, I have met many people who have blessed my life and taught me many things. One of those was Spencer, Tom Harrison, whose words you have read in this book and whom I now count as a dear friend. Moving to Utah has also given me the opportunity to speak at many firesides, write several additional books, begin and maintain my blog, Unblog My Soul, and accomplish many unexpectedly blessed things only the hand of the Lord could have brought to pass. I could not have written this book, probably without Spencer, I would say. Spencer, Tom. This weighty word, that means something too. I could not have written, or any other eternally weighty thing without the Lord's hand. His hand has led me places I did not want. Like here. Just saying. Oh, whoa. Visions of glory. And so I wrote that when she was getting served. Chatty Daddy. He's like, what? What girl? What? Not a care in the world. Oh, hell. That's Tom Spencer. And Visions of Glory, as told to John Pontius. I can't read the damn back of that, but Avraham Gileadi. I can. Visions of Glory recounts the amazing near-death experiences and subsequent visions of Spencer, as told to author John Pontius. For the first time, Spencer states his incredible visions of the overwhelming events that he saw. I don't know. Oh, crap. I was trying to make it larger. Oh, cleanse. Oh, there you go. That's Tylee and JJ. Cleanse and reshape the United States and parts of Canada. He describes foreign invasion. Chad's not a damn doomsday prophet. A devastating invasion, a devastating plague, floods, earthquakes, changes in weather, and constellations of heaven. The return of the 10 tribes, the miraculous journey of the saints to build the New Jerusalem and temple, the gathering of the elect by the 144,000, the miracles of the millennium, and the final celestialization of the earth at the end of the millennium. Learn about these future happenings, and many other astounding events long prophesied in scripture but never described in such vivid detail. Visions of Glory is mesmerizing read and inspire hope and courage of our future. You can get this download on Cedar Fort website. And just this chapter, I think. This is in Spanish, Espanol. That's the one. I have two of the books, the physical books. Jen gave them to me. And they're the 5-year ones. And, they added something into them. And this is from Preparing a People, Latter-day Media. This is what they've been working on. They've been going over Visions of Glory. And my moderator here, Donna, went and commented, and she got a response, actually. But if you see any negative comment on Latter-day Media about Visions of Glory, if somebody's like, Mike or Nancy James or both respond. And again, it's the same thing you saw with Chad Daybell. They defend. They did it with Michelle McDermott too. So, I've got the screenshots. Unblock My Soul was created by John Pontius, beloved son, brother, husband, father, grandfather, and well-known LDS author and speaker. He was born on May 12, 1952 in Moscow, Idaho, to wonderful parents, Robert V. and Ann Pontius. He passed on peacefully in his home on December 10, 2012, after a lifetime of service to the Lord Jesus Christ. Ever since he was a little boy, all John ever desired was to serve the Lord in whatever capacity he was called. He served an LDS mission to South Africa and returned home to BYU, where he married Kathy. Oh, hell. Didn't I already say ever since he was a little boy? No. Ever since he was a little boy, all John ever desired was to serve the Lord in whatever capacity he was called. He served an LDS mission. Okay. He married Kathy Ferguson. They had 4 beautiful children, Matt, Ben, Bonnie, and Lisa. I was like, oh my God, she died. And I was like, okay, they divorced. Thank God. John loved living in Alaska for nearly 35 years. He married Terry Jean, Molestein, and sealed 4 more beautiful children into his eternal family. Alicia, Jason, Stephen, and Jessica. He loves his precious family with a pure and abiding love. They are each his treasure. John had the sweet, humbling gift of writing with the pen of angels. The Lord gave him an ability uniquely his to express the gospel of Jesus Christ in a simple yet magnificently beautiful way. Throughout his life, he has touched many thousands of lives through his published books, Firesides, and this blog. John's passions included music, playing piano and organ masterfully since a young boy, oil painting, woodworking, conducting, choral, and orchestra. His favorite being the Matsu, Alaska Community Messiah, which he did for many years, Christmas, and anything that captivated his mechanical and technical genius. Make no mistake, paramount within John's soul and continuing on this unblog is a desire to teach, preach, expound, and exhort all to come unto Christ. Period. Y'all, the monkey see, monkey hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil also plays into that monkey mask I saw at trial. It was a Halloween mask is how they worded it, but I saw it and it was a monkey mask. And then Melanie Pulowski would send monkey emojis. And they say, come, like the church says, follow me, follow him. They say, come unto him, see him, hear him. Anyways, just important to note that. John did that unceasingly throughout his mortal life. He is doing so today and will continue doing so throughout a never-ending eternity. Okay, I repeated that. Look whose picture. Y'all. Jen. I remember when she did that. Yeah. That's my Jen. Anywho, that's John. And this is stuff that he had on his I don't know, on his site. This is Emma Daybell Murray and Joseph Murray. This was on September 7th, 2019. So this is for Operation Underground Railroad. It was a fundraiser. I remember hearing it, don't remember where I heard it from. It would be nice to have it confirmed just so we can have this bit of, knowledge or whatever, whether it's fact or not. So right now it is a rumor or whatever. So September 7th, 2019 in Tammy. I don't know if this is the race that she was preparing for, the 5K, because she had gotten a Venmo transaction for the race, or she paid, I forget. I have the screenshot, just not on here. But yeah. And so I don't know if she babysat Oliver, her grandson, while they ran, but yeah. Sometimes I just randomly throw shit in here. So yeah, that's my art. My art. I figured this because I wasn't there the day that they showed the pictures of Chad and Alex standing in front of a painting, they said, of Jesus Christ. I just went back and re-listened to that the other day because I was like, oh, okay, so it's a painting. But I thought maybe it was in front of this Jesus statue, which is something I found on Thor Furious's YouTube channel. And I went and screen recorded all that. So, anyways, but he's standing in front of it, of a statue or whatever, the Mormon Jesus. This is Tom Harrison, who is Spencer in Visions of Glory. Find renewed faith. Chad's book is Renewed Earth, and Spencer's captivating accounts of his spiritual. Okay, Thomas Harrison, Spencer. Okay, and so this is Tom. 8 years ago, Tom Harrison, LCSWMFT, presented at the Offer conference on how new strategies functionally impact ME/CFS and fibromyalgia. You can also view his 2007 presentation on the BatemanHornCenter.org. YouTube channel. In this discussion, he talks about what he's learned in the last 8 years, in the 8 years since that original presentation, and advances discussion on living with ME/CFS. Thomas Harrison taught at the University of Utah from 1977 to 2007 at the Graduate School of Social Work, the Department of Child Psychiatry, and the Department of Pediatrics. He also taught at BYU Law School in mediation and conflict resolution. He has authored 4 books and has written many professional articles and has been featured on local and national radio and television programs. So I went and looked that talk up. The Bateman Horn Center holds monthly education meetings on the first Wednesday. Patients in Salt Lake City, they're invited person. Okay. Now, I found this interesting. So Tom's wife's name is METTE IVI, like Ivy Harrison, by Met Ivy Harrison. Mystery, suspense, spiritual fiction. Penguin House, Random House, $9.99. The Bishop's Wife. That's just one of them. Kelly put her hands to her hair. He forgot the brush, she said. Well, let's deal with that right now. I don't know if y'all want me to read this or not. Y'all can rewind it or whatever so I can continue on. Okay. And Tom. I was like, warrior, huh? Anyways. This is some photos that I found of Terry Pontius with John, the late John Pontius. Okay. There's a warrior. And there's hear no evil, or see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. And this reminds me of what Lori said. This is Julie Rowe's words. How dare you judge me? In fact, I dare you to judge me, because with what judgment you judge me, so shall you be judged. That goes for my parents, Jeff's family. Julia's pissed video. Anyways. Okay, something else I noticed. Well, besides that. Her hair is gray as hell. That's not all I noticed, though. She really is horrible with the eyebrows, okay? But that's not it. This is another thing. I forget. I think Donna or Beach Bum or Trace sent this to me. I don't remember. Sorry. Thank you. Doomsday Cult Mom. Lori Vallow Daybell's final words before being sentenced to 5 life terms. Okay, wait. It's this one. Yeah, her hair's gray. Anyways, Lori Vallow. This is from Julie Rowe. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell are murderers. Sorry. They are deceived, and they have deceived others. They signed soul contracts against me and countless others to rise in the ranks of the Luciferians and to try to destroy God's plan and to discredit me and my story and countless others who have contracted to serve light. Now, there is a paper, I'm just saying. Trent was just putting it out there. There's the 144,000 dark, and there is the 144,000 light by Val Brinkerhoff. Google that up. I have it somewhere, but geez, I have all kinds of papers. Anyways, discarding me. Okay. Jesus does understand her, as do I. He sees her heart and sees that she and Chad have committed several murders, not just in this lifetime, but in several others. I am unveiled enough. I remember now. My eyes are more open. I'm a witness of their atrocities, and I will stand as a witness against them. Now, this, I was taken back by this, okay? I'm a compassionate person. So change to me is the best apology ever. I am sorry for those who have been hurt as a result of my thoughts, words, deeds, or actions, and my inability to see things as clearly then as I do now. I hope to correct the energy and let everyone see that although I once stood as a friend to Chad, I consider him one of my greatest enemies, as my eyes are now wide open and I have come to know and understand more about what actually was happening and how cloaked both Lori and Chad were and are to so many. I seek forgiveness from any family or friends. See, it makes me want to cry. Because that's all it took. That's all it is. For any, I seek forgiveness from any family or friends who have been negatively affected, and I hope you will see my heart and know in your heart I do not know what they were up to. My story is still my true story, and I hope that in time people will come to see the truth and know I am innocent and just want truth and justice. And some comments. Such bullshit, so full of lies. Sounds like she literally took the exact words I used in my books to describe her fake near-death experience. Interesting. Her kids, Tammy, Charles, her sisters, the people she claims have visited her from spirit world have visited me. Tammy is not her friend. Her kids are not happy with her. Her sisters are not happy with her. Charles is not happy with her. Alex is not happy with her. This is a screenshot, and then we'll yeah, good. We're at the bottom. This is just interesting. And I'm thinking maybe the guy, his name was Todd. See right here? It's from AVAL. No. LDS Freedom Forum. Early days. So this is about what I'm telling you about the Tinder thing, okay? This is about Chad's strange dream. However, in researching this is somebody in response to dissecting Chad's train dream. He mentioned earlier in a specific train dream. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. In researching the specific train he mentioned earlier, I came across this article. I went to this article, but it looks like it's cut off right there. I'm sorry. The specific train he mentions is the Columbia Steel 060 number 300 engine with an attached coal car, actually called a tender, but often called a coal car. A tender carries both fuel. So there's oh my god, there's these references in Visions of Glory too about the trucks and the fuel and da. Anyways, in this case, coal and water, which is then converted to steam to power the engine. Is this adrenochrome? I'm just asking. Is this adrenochrome? Or is this, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Don't come at me. A tender carries both fuel in this. Okay. A tender carries both fuel, in this case, coal and water, which is then converted to steam to power the engine. This specific tender he refers to at the park was a slope back tender. Again, Visions of Glory talks about slope mountains and shit and all this other engine shit. A slope back tender. Google it for examples of what it looks like. I did. Though I was mistaken about the type of coal car he was referring to, my point remains valid that this, quote, coal car, unquote, is designed with one specific thing in mind, and it's not for carrying passengers. As such, you will never see benches or other accommodations for people on them. Now, to normal people who just read this and are like, okay, whatever. I think that's Todd Gilbert, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it. Regarding Chad's false strange dream, that's Todd. All good points on Stag. Too bad you didn't shell out the money to see the real zinger in the train dream on the super private forum. The short of it is that in the future, in parentheses, after the first earthquake, church leaders will seek counsel from Julie Rowe and Chad Daybell, and they will also be elevated to high church. Wow. No, that's the church of the firstborn. See, it's like some members, they're not at that level. I don't know. I don't know, because I see it over and over again. They either are or you're not. The ones who are, like, who have done that endowment, the second endowment, the polygamous sealing in the temple, knowing damn good and well they're still to other people, members of your church. Anyways, yes. Anyways, wow. So that's the church of the firstborn. Once you are ordained a king, queen, and I mean, I don't know if it's a second anointing. People are like, no, that's just for wealthy people. Well, I mean, where's the book? Where's the rules? Where's the guy? Because it's secret from even its members. So I say the sky's the limit. However, in researching the specific train, okay, why'd I put that twice? Around. Okay. Anyways, man, y'all still here? Hey, I lost a lot of y'all, but I'm glad y'all stuck around. But that's what. Okay, Candy. I don't know. There's so many more things though. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how to put it. It's so complex, and actually, I'm sorry. Just hang on. Oh my God, almost 4 damn hours. Shit. I need people to study these documents though, because I need people to help me study these documents because I found them other places. We'll just have to do another live because it's been long. I didn't realize my butt hurts though. Yeah, we will have to cut the. Oh my God, do y'all hear that? Where's it playing from? Where's it at? Okay, JJ said, "Oh my God." Every time, I don't know why it does that, but I don't know why it did that at all, actually, because I didn't click on it. But y'all might not have heard it, but it was JJ, and he said, "Love you from my heart." You know, that little video. And then yeah, that video just played. Hey Janelle, I did see your first part of your interview. You're so pretty, by the way. I'm waiting on the other part. Go to Life, I think it's called A Life Without Parole. And she also interviewed a guy who was in jail with Chad for not Janelle, but the channel Life Without Parole. And she interviewed a guy who was in jail for, I want to say, the weekend or something. So you can hear about him. Oh, Chatty Daddy. He's in confinement. Helms can't play with the other kids. Anyways. He learned a lot around Idaho, Candy. So, oh, Lily here says, so the, oh, crap, I lost it. So, oh my gosh, I cannot read today. So the Getting Younger portal closed. Yes. And for me. It's like, screw you. That's what the portal said to me. It closed. And it left it really wrinkly. For real. I got y'all. Oh, shit. Oh. So yeah. Oh my God. I don't want to do this because okay, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm about to show you. He said all Chad was doing was flipping channels. He was probably trying to find his co-conspirator. Yeah. How much time did you get? You know. Anyways, so the Shane, I want to say, I gotta think. Wait, am I even right? Okay, hold on. I gotta check something because it's gonna bother me. Oh God, that bothers me. I'm gonna show y'all something. It's me and my Aunt Susan. First thing I see when I went to Facebook. That's horrible. It's me, Mom, and Aunt Susan. Hopefully y'all can see it. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully y'all can't. That was a long time ago. Hell, Mom looks young. Yeah. I was smaller. I miss being smaller. I'm so damn chunky. I'm fat. I'm not trying to talk down. I'm not talking down on myself or anything. I'm a big girl now on the hoof. Anyways, okay, so what I had done. Okay, I'm sitting here looking, but I'm looking at StreamYard. So okay, anyways, blonde moment or dumb moment. I don't know what that was. Okay. And I don't navigate around Facebook very much often now. So okay. No. No, I think it's one word. Oh, there it was. Damn. Oh hell, maybe it is different. Okay. Okay. Let's try that again. There, I see it right here. Okay. I just started following this. Okay. I don't know how do I go to it? Okay, never mind. Duh. I don't go to Facebook hardly. Okay, so this is what I found interesting. So, I'm scrolling. I'm not hating though. I don't hate anybody. So, I mean, well, damn, there's a whole lot better pictures right there. Of course, I don't want to, Okay. Cedar Fort Publishing. I think that's where I want to say that's where Jason William, or there's a William that works at Cedar Fort. I'm weird with names, like they stick. I'm like, oh, what? Whose name? That's why things, catch my attention like that. Okay, so anyway, so I looked through all this, not all of it, but I went to I don't remember. Let's see. More. It was like his it was his moderators. Where would I find that? Let me look over here. Reload. The hell? Damn adversaries working against me. Whatever. It's not loading. Okay. Come on. I don't want to say it. Because I want to say it right. Where's this damn moderator? On my phone, it's like, boom, right here. And I'm going to go back over where y'all are and see if y'all know where freaking moderators are. Contact and basic info tab, maybe. Thank you, Heidi. Oh, I mean, Candy. I'm sorry. Oh, admin info. Okay. All right. Watch out. I'm going to go fast. I lie. That was it. I don't know. Look, I'll do this, copy it, and I'll put it in the chat, and then y'all can check it out. But, and that's a big old but. It was the name that Adam mentioned about how he was supposed to meet with the stake president or I don't know if he was a bishop or a stake president, and I don't remember. Gibb, Lori, Vallow Daybell, etc. Preparing the people. No, yeah, I know. He says preparing the people. I'm like, preparing a people. It's not that hard. Is there a way? Anyway, you can listen to the whole podcast that give. Oh, okay. I see how. Wait, what? Lori, Vallow Daybell, and Chad and David? I don't think I don't have one with David. Oh, that one from that night? And there ain't been one. There's produce a podcast. That's what I call it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not in my opinion, we learned a few, we learned a lot about the details about the remains of the kids and the process and all that. I really feel like Idaho just read everything that Chandler and Gilbert produced in their FOIA request. Basically, they kind of made it flow. Page removed. Huh. Hell. All right. Oh, I'm going to try one more thing. I'm so sorry, guys. Let's see. We're in my Canva app now. I have a shit ton of pictures. That's all I know. There's my Mormon splaining. Uh-oh. That was bright. Okay, that's not it. Okay, I gotta remember. I know I uploaded it. Okay. I do know that. Oh, yeah, this is awesome too. So I went and I looked up. So this is, I'm like, high five to this person who wrote, who put this in Visions of Glory's customer reviews. Bam. I was like, oh my God, I want to hug that person. And so they put, was it this? No. Was it? No. But they wrote a message. Go look at the reviews or whatever, because it was this review and this one. I can't believe it's not in it. Oh, I have no opinion on the book, for I haven't read it. I have strong opinions on the treasure digger Joseph Smith, but that's all I should say now, or I'll waste an hour. Just found it interesting that someone like Lori Vallow would be sitting by the pool reading this book at the moment she was served with papers demanding her to reveal where her kids were. Who knew then that you'd need a shovel to get them? I was like, oh, yeah, that's a good review. Not. It depends. Oh, and I was like, this, I made this, but I made it to where it didn't say county jail, and I'm like, this is Chad and Lori. Anyways, I just thought it was funny. Sorry. This is the guy that was in jail with Chad. And let's see if it shows me her name. No. Hopefully Janelle shared that with y'all. And okay, so all right. Shane Holmes. There it is. I think that is the name that Adam said. But this is in Idaho, Salmon, Idaho. And he's a insurance agent. And I got that. He's a moderator for John Pontia's page. I was like, There's like 5 of them, you know? And let's see about Shane. At Shane Holmes State Farm Insurance Agency, we offer. Okay. So stop by and say hello. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, because I would think that would be in Arizona, but it would be nice to corroborate. These are those ones I was telling Janelle about until he was married, which is happening tomorrow. I think this was January 21st. Anyways, we are filming it. His brother has held LDS leadership callings. This is Sean Littlebear. For many years. I'm sorry, this is Nancy James talking about Sean Littlebear. For many years in Arizona, his nephew is a bishop, and he is a 7th-generation Mormon. His great-grandfather was the, I had to laugh at this, chief of all chiefs, because it sounds like something my dad told me when I was little, you know, like, chief of all wait, what is it? Chief of all chiefs, master of none, or I don't know. A master craft, I don't know. Anyways, my dad picked on me a lot. And he also came from native royalty on both sides, as well as the medicine healing calling from his mother's side. It matters. He holds a temple recommend, the Melchizedek priesthood, and raised his 10 daughters by himself after his first wife died. I've got questions. I stand by the teachings that he contributes from a native point of view, which is interesting because Joseph Smith sent the first missionaries to the eastern native tribes and commanded No, the early saints to learn from them. Did that ever happen very well? Are we open to both Ephraim and Manasseh working as equals? Equals is another important thing. Y'all, we need to just do a whole live stream just on Mormon doctrine, the book Mormon Doctrine from Bruce R. McConkie. Holy hell. So many things. Anyways, we'll catch this. We'll do it again. That's why God made it tomorrow, huh? Anyways, thank y'all for hanging in. Thank you, moderators. Cheese and rice. You guys are awesome. And I appreciate y'all being here. Sorry about the Oh, thank you, Jeff. I was like, who is that? What? Who is that? That was my post about the book you just read, Jeff. Oh my God. That is beautiful. Thank you. Where can I send you some money? High five. For real. Yeah. That's the word of mouth. I was raised by my mama. Not raised by her, but I mean, I was very close to my mama and my papa, and they were good people. Worked really hard. I did. That was your post about the book you just read. Yeah. Yes, that's thank you so much. for everything. Just thank you for being here, for doing that, and for that. See how this comes full circle? But yeah, word of mouth is the best advertisement, they say. Well, it can also, it depends on the, by ye fruit ye shall know. That's all I know. And I don't know what the intentions are, you know, with Tom Harrison, with when John Pontius was alive, Jason Mao, Sean Little Bear, the I don't know what everybody's intentions were, but I'm gonna find out. You know, that's just me. That's me and my mind. I have to. It's something I promised, and so just because or Mike Stroud, even, you know, just because I talk about and study them, I'm not like, oh, you're being. It's not a persecution. I'm not persecuting them. I'm just trying to understand. I just wish if I could have one wish, one say so in this entire thing, it would be to have the people that were in this circle preparing a people circuit, the Firm Foundation circuit, reach out, you know. Now, I do need to ask my mom when we were in Boise, she had told me that she had a 2 or 3 hour recording of Melanie Gibb, and she was like, you can just shred it. You can just shred through it. And I was like, bring it on, sister. But yeah, so they're, I think, in Arizona right now. But anyways, yeah, I think so too, Janelle. I think their intentions were different for each. Ego, whether it's ego, fame, clout, or is there something bigger at play here that's where, like, we kind of look at Jason Mel like, I look at Sean Little Bear like that. I'm just like, I don't know. There's something I can't put my finger on. However, is it, I don't know how to say this without it sounding, it's going to sound messed up no matter how I say it. So I'm just going to say it. Is there a puppet master, or are they the puppet master? You know what I'm saying? Are they doing it and not knowing that they're recruiting? Or is this, I don't know what this is. You know, I'm still trying to figure that out. You do? Okay. I would love to know if Chad and Lori truly don't believe the stuff they say they believe. I know. That plays, that also goes into my theory. I don't know if they were orchestrated or if either way they're guilty. I am not at all. Never will. That's my family that was murdered. I mean, it killed a whole part of my mom, my brother, my dad, my aunts, my uncles, my kids, me. A big part of you dies too. And so I don't know if they were orchestrated. I don't know. That's where I'm diving. I've been diving deep into this for a hot minute, and I'm just trying to have an open mind. I love humanity, period. You know, we all have something to bring to the table. We all have something to bring. We're the only us. You're the only you're ever going to be. I'm using KJ's phrase, you know, because it's true. There's nobody on this planet that's ever lived that has, oh, thank you, Angela, that has lived. Nobody will ever experience it. Nobody will ever see it from your perspective or my perspective, and that's unique. And it makes the colors that make the world go round, you know. I strongly feel that Chad and Lori wouldn't have ended up believing what they believed if they were Baptists or Methodists. Let's end on that because that's, I mean, I don't either. I do believe. And it's not to villainize. I'm not villainizing. It's just, it's so, yeah, I'd have to put like 15,000 disclaimers in. It's already 4 hours. But it is this religion, the beliefs and the practices. Christ-like is leading by example, kind of like grace, you know, or a moral compass if you don't believe in any religion, you know, it's just not being a crappy person. So I do believe both being born and raised. And then, I mean, oh my God, I've got so many questions and I've got so many theories, and Jason's like, you know, he's thank God for him. It is bizarre, but I've never dove down into any, I mean, I was raised Catholic, but I did not adhere to it. I can restore the Lord's Prayer. Now I won't. I'm just like, because it's a ritual. Not all rituals are bad. I get it. Y'all know what I mean. But anyways, thank you all for being here. And, you know, let me know what y'all think. And we will trace on the case as that case that she's been wanting us to cover. So it'll either be maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. I'll have to check because I ask questions, but then I'll have to go back and read our group. Let's do that, Janelle. Hit me on the hip. Call me, girl. Call me. Anyways, I'm tired. Yeah. Yes. I can't believe I'm going to tell my mom and my dad about the review. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Yes. I appreciate it. Kresha0123@gmail.com or yeah, that's the easiest one. KRESHA0123@gmail.com. And you may have already, I don't know. I don't have time to go read emails. I wish. I look old. Anyways, I'm seeing my wrinkles all big. But I love you guys, and justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. They are the reason we are here and why we do what we do. And love always wins. And you guys are proof of this.